Chapter 482. The instant the indifferent voice was transmitted over, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. The movement of his hands also came to a halt. Sensing the icy cold indifference within those words, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt fear. The strength of this person was at least an elite Do-di. Elder, this junior is Xiao Yan. I do not have any ill intentions for offending Elder's territory today. I only hope to borrow your path. After keeping the heavenly flame in front of him, Xiao Yan hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully toward the surrounding empty space. He used his gaze to sweep the surrounding area. As expected, he did not see the figure of the other party. He was even unable to identify the exact direction that the voice came from. He was also unable to detect even the slightest trace of the other party's aura. This fellow who had suddenly spoken was like an illusory wind, causing one to be unable to find any traces. Oh, since you have only come to borrow my path, then what happened to her? Why was she injured? If you can't say it, you will die. The indifferent voice did not contain the slightest emotion. Xiao Yan was not surprised to hear a cold killing intent from it. He did not doubt any of the words that this elder said. If he could not answer, the other party would definitely kill him with one strike before he could even react. Xiao Yan's face was filled with a cold light. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. He did not know if it was right or wrong to ask Morong Qianqian to bring him in this time around. The other party actually wanted his life the moment she opened her mouth. This really caused him to be a little overwhelmed by favor. Turning his head to look at Morong Qianqian, who was lying on his back, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily revealed a bitter smile. He softly said, "Why don't you say it?" Hearing this, the young lady's eyes, which had just looked at Xiao Yan, immediately turned away. Both of her eyes covered Xiao Yan's back, causing Xiao Yan to feel helpless in his heart. This attitude of Morong Qianqian was equivalent to pushing him to the guillotine. Cough cough, Xiao Yan softly coughed twice. He respectfully cupped his hands toward the surrounding sky. Only then did he open his mouth and speak. Replying to Senior Morong Qianqian, "That's enough. I've already given you time, but since you're not willing to answer my questions, then let's end it here. You trespassed on my territory, and now you're even a human. Die, brat." Chi. The moment those indifferent words fell, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly resounded in the world. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed drastically. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and he wanted to dodge. However, Xiao Yan immediately discovered that his body had unknowingly been forcefully restrained in the same spot by a frightening strength. Xiao Yan already had no way of dodging this attack that would injure him. While his heart was greatly shaken, Xiao Yan could only hurriedly shout for Guyu in his heart. After all, from the aura of the person in front of him, it did not seem like he was joking. If Guyu did not appear, it was likely that he would not have any chance of survival. Given the strength contained in this attack, if it landed on Xiao Yan's body, forget about surviving, it would be difficult for him to even leave an intact corpse. In the blink of an eye, that frightening wind had already descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 100 feet from Xiao Yan's head. It was about to land on Xiao Yan's body. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan knew that there was no way for him to dodge. He could not rely on Guyu. At this moment, he could only rely on himself. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and his body suddenly shook. The Dragon Phoenix bloodline within his body was instantly activated. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor had already covered Xiao Yan's entire body. At the same time, the King Kong glass body was also unleashed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's body, which had been confined to the spot, was able to move. From Xiao Yan's point of view, the best defense was a bold attack. In the face of danger, it was better to go all out instead of being a yes man and waiting for death to descend. Even if he died, he would make the other party pay the price. Xiao Yan waved his large hand and kept the heavy Xian ruler into his storage ring. At the same time, a beautiful heavenly flame swiftly gathered in Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan, who had transformed into a King Kong god, waved his large hand. Doqi wildly gathered in his enormous palm. Immediately, the frightening wind was about to land. Sister Bingshuang, don't. At this critical moment, It was originally thought that there would be an earth-shaking, frightening collision. However, in exchange, it was actually Morong Qianqian's lovely cry that soared to the sky. At the same time, Morong Qianqian's delicate lovely body had already blocked the sky above Xiaoyan's head. She intended to use her body to block this fatal attack for Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, the frightening wind that had already landed in front of Morong Qianqian's lovely body abruptly came to a halt amidst a wave of sharp rushing wind sound. Immediately the frightening wind was easily dissolved. As the wind scattered, an absolute beauty with snow-white skin and ice-blue long hair was revealed. She was wearing an ice-blue long dress. This lady had an extremely beautiful face that could be said to be unparalleled. Her lips were like a red pill and her small and tall nose brought out the beauty of her face. Her willow eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes contained a pair of icy blue eyes that contained a cold glint. At the same time that she was beautiful, it also added an overbearing feeling like that of a king. Seeing the beautiful lady in front of her, a joyous smile immediately surfaced on Morong Qianqian's pretty face. Her lovely body moved and she tightly hugged the lady in front of her. The latter's originally indifferent face also revealed a rare smile that could overturn the world following Morong Qianqian's hug. If such a peerless beauty were to walk outside, she would definitely attract countless number of men to fall head over heels for her. They would be willing to do anything for her. It was likely that even some famous experts would be involuntarily moved by her beauty. Of course, if anyone wanted to get close to her, it was likely that they would first have to be stronger than her. After all, this ice beauty with a peerless appearance was not just a flower vase that appeared to be as beautiful as her appearance. Her strength was sufficient to cause the entire western region to tremble. However, just as this ice beauty and Morong Qianqian were hugging each other, the dough skill that Xiaoyan had already released from his hands below was like an arrow that had been released from a bow. It no longer had any possibility of being withdrawn. In the blink of an eye, that frightening palm carried all of the remaining dough qi in Xiaoyan's body, and violently smashed toward the two beauties who were less than 100 feet away from him. In the face of this palm being thrown out, an anxious expression swiftly surfaced on Xiaoyan's face at this moment. How could he have known that Morong Qianqian would actually suddenly jump out and use her body to block this attack for him at such a critical moment? From the looks of it, this situation was already irreversible. Be careful. Following a stern cry that shook the sky, the enormous golden palm that was less than 10 feet away from Morong Qianqian, and Morong Qianqian instantly paused in the air. Raising one's head, one could see that the ice beauty had actually carelessly lifted her white hand. Her 5 fingers were extended and at the same time, an invisible energy instantly swept out from her palm and forcefully imprisoned the enormous golden palm in the air. Bang! The next moment, the ice beauty gently clenched her hand and the enormous golden-colored handprint burst apart with a bang. Immediately, it transformed into waves of extremely pure dough qi that once again returned to Xiaoyan's body. Chapter 483. In the blink of an eye, 1 week later, Xiaoyan's body, which had been unconscious for 7 days, finally slowly woke up at this moment on a stone bed in a stone room within Sky Eagle's cave dwelling. The steady movements purposely appeared to be prolonged and powerful. Xiaoyan's pale face had already completely recovered its redness. His white hair had also recovered its dark black color. The tiredness between his brows had also disappeared with the 7 days of deep sleep. At a certain moment, the eyelids of Xiaoyan, who was in a deep slumber, trembled slightly. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Immediately, his somewhat heavy eyelids were slowly opened, revealing 2 bright dark black eyes that were like 2 black pearls. Xiaoyan's eyeballs rotated slightly. His body, which had just woken up, appeared somewhat weak. Immediately, Xiaoyan's body, which was lying flat on the stone bed, shook gently. His strong body swiftly sat up. The tiredness within his body also swiftly disappeared. Xiaoyan twisted his body gently. Immediately, the cracking sound of bones colliding was emitted from within his body. As he sensed the comfortable feeling that was transmitted from the collision of bones, Xiaoyan involuntarily exhaled a long breath of air. Only then did he raise his eyes to look at the surrounding world. When Xiaoyan saw the familiar rock buildings around him, he immediately reacted in his heart. The place he was currently in was Sky Eagle's cave dwelling. With this thought in mind, The matter from 7 days ago swiftly surged into Xiao Yan's mind. The conversation he had with Morong Qianqian's group before he fainted was also completely recalled by Xiao Yan at this moment. Morong Qianqian. That's right, where is Morong Qianqian? Didn't I ask her if she could help me enter the Shilin mountain range? She has yet to answer me. When he thought of Morong Qianqian, Xiao Yan's heart immediately associated the matter of entering the Shilin mountain range. His mouth involuntarily exclaimed. His heart was also filled with doubts regarding Morong Qianqian's answer back then. Entering the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range was something that Xiao Yan had to do. Without obtaining a definite answer, Xiao Yan was naturally unable to feel at ease. Stinking brat, you're thinking about women the moment you wake up. That day, I was the one who gave you support. Otherwise, how could you have dealt with that cold wind? Now that you've woken up, it's fine if you don't thank me, but you're actually here thinking about women. You're really ungrateful. Guyu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, appeared to have been wronged when he heard the exclamation that was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. He quietly curled his mouth and spoke to Xiao Yan in a somewhat depressed tone. Xiao Yan only recovered after hearing this. The expression on his face involuntarily became a little embarrassed. He awkwardly smiled and dryly laughed at Guyu within his body. Haha, old Gu, this junior knows his mistake. The reason why we were able to seal the crack back then was indeed because of old Gu's efforts. This junior will thank you on their behalf. Guyu laughed upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. His mood improved, but Xiao Yan opened his mouth again soon after. The expression on Guyu's old face had become gloomy. Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy when he heard this. Hee, in that case, old Gu, can you tell me whether Morong Qianqian agreed to bring me into the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range that day? Guyu decisively chose to remain silent. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, frowned tightly. His heart was a little anxious. He was extremely concerned about that result. Whether it was true or not would affect whether he could pass through the Shilin mountain range. Hence, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. Crack, crack, crack. However, at this moment, the thick stone door of the stone room was opened from the outside. 2 human figures walked in one after another while Xiao Yan raised his eyes. They were Tianying and Morong Qianqian. The 2 of them had just stepped into the stone room when they immediately saw Xiao Yan seated beside the stone bed. Immediately, Tianying and Morong Qianqian, who had just taken a step forward, paused in the air. At the same time, the expressions on their faces also froze. It was as though time had stopped at this moment. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed when he saw this. At the same time, Tianying and Morong Qianqian finally recovered. Immediately, a joy swiftly surged into the eyes of the 2 of them. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Xiao Yan, you have finally woken up. You do not know just how worried all of us were about you during these 7 days that you were unconscious. In the blink of an eye, a bold laughter was quickly emitted from Tianying's mouth. At the same time, Tianying also strode forward in an unrestrained and bold manner. With a couple of large strides, he arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had already stood up from the stone bed when Tianying arrived in front of him, when he saw the person who had arrived. Faced with Tianying's words, Xiao Yan immediately cupped his hands together towards the former. His gaze glanced at Morong Qianqian behind him before opening his mouth to laugh out loud. Haha, I am really sorry to have caused everyone to worry. While he spoke, Xiao Yan also came to know from Tianying's words that he had been unconscious for 7 days. Haha. The 3 of us are fine. After some investigation, we found out the reason why you were unconscious. However, it has been tough on our young miss. She has always been worried about you and has not left your side for the past few days. A complicated expression flashed across Tianying's face after his words sounded. He secretly glanced at Morong Qianqian behind him, only to discover that the latter was currently looking at him with an expression as though she wanted to eat him. This caused Tianying to involuntarily feel a chill on his back. Cough cough, Tianying hurriedly coughed twice. He swiftly turned around and hid behind Morong Qianqian with an embarrassed smile on his face. Xiao Yan's face involuntarily turned a little red when he saw the beauty in front of him once again. The words that were originally at the tip of his tongue were also forcefully stuck between his teeth. A redness involuntarily surfaced on Morong Qianqian's pretty face, when she saw Xiao Yan's appearance. Her pretty eyes rotated and she appeared to be deep in thought. Immediately, she pursed her red lips and opened her mouth to speak. Don't listen to his nonsense. This young miss is not worried about you. How can someone who possesses such great strength die so easily? Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed bitterly in his heart when he heard this. Morong Qianqian curled her lips at Xiao Yan and quickly opened her mouth to speak. However, since you are fine now, let's go. Us. The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily froze when he heard Morong Qianqian's unclear words. Doubt immediately rose in his heart. He let out a soft, and immediately asked with a frown. Go. Go where? A smile involuntarily surfaced on Morong Qianqian's pretty face when she saw this. Her pretty eyes rotated and her gaze fiercely glanced at Xiao Yan. She snorted softly and said angrily, Didn't you say that you wanted to enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range? Since you helped us seal the cold wind and saved us, and most importantly, you saved this young miss, this request is not too much. This young miss will reluctantly agree to it. At the same time that her voice fell, the young girl placed her hands behind her back. Her delicate body was like a blooming lotus as she turned around and walked out of the stone room with a charming smile. After that, when Xiao Yan heard this sudden news, his face that was originally at a loss of what to do immediately revealed an expression of wild joy. His body moved and he hurriedly followed. Chapter 484. Within a short period of time, Xiao Yan and Morong Qianqian had once again arrived in front of the snowy peak. Behind them, Tianing and Yan Shi, who had hurried over, followed closely behind. After the cold wind was suppressed by Xiao Yan for a long time, the land, which was originally covered by ice and snow, had a new color. Bright red magma flowed on this land. The vast magma appeared just like a lake. It emitted a high temperature, causing the entire place to become extremely hot. Many magma tributaries were like veins in a human body. From the edge of this magma lake, they gradually spread towards the mountain forest beyond one's sight. Only when they approached the vast mountain forest did they gradually stop spreading towards the deeper parts. On the other side of the magma lake, a towering snow-capped peak towered into the clouds like a giant guarding the end of the magma lake. The bone-chilling cold wind constantly swirled around the snow-capped peak, emitting gusts of wind whistling like the roars of beasts. The pure white flying snow was carried by the cold wind and agglomerated into a snow-white flying dragon. After a roar in the sky, it spread apart with a bang, and slowly drifted down from the 9 heavens. At this moment, at the border between the magma lake and the snowy peak, Xiao Yan's group of 5 was standing in the air. Their eyes occasionally swept across the magma lake below. Each of their eyes revealed different expressions. Looking at the magma lake below, which even Tianing himself felt a little dangerous, Tianying's eyes involuntarily revealed a tinge of surprise. At this moment, Tianying's senses sensed that although the cold wind lingering around the snowy peak was quite strong, each time the cold wind was about to land, it would be dissolved by an even hotter wind from below. This cycle repeated and the cold wind was no longer able to sweep into the mountain forest outside the snowy peak. Seeing this scene, Tianing could not help but click his tongue in amazement. Of course, the Yan Shi and Xionggang beside him were naturally already shocked by the scene in front of them. In front of the 3 of them, Xiao Yan was standing side by side with Morong Qianqian. Together, they watched the scene of ice and fire dispersing in front of them. Each of them had different thoughts in their hearts. Morong Qianqian's eyes observed the magma lake below. Her heart involuntarily recalled the powerful stance that Xiao Yan had displayed 7 days ago. An unusual splendor also flowed within her pretty eyes. Xiao Yan's heart immediately became excited as though it had been injected with chicken blood when he thought that he would be able to enter the inner regions of the Shilin mountain range. After all, if one counted carefully, Xiao Yan had already entered the Shilin mountain range for nearly a year and a half. Back then, he had estimated time to pass the Shilin mountain range. And who could have imagined that the cold wind was actually so frightening? Who could have imagined that the cold wind was of such a frightening of who? Morong Qianqian finally withdrew her eyes after staring for a long time. She looked to the other side of the snowy mountain. A glint flowed within her long pretty eyes. Immediately, her pretty face, which caused one to feel tender affection for her, revealed a crafty smile. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw the change in expression on the pretty face of the young lady by the side. A doubtful expression involuntarily appeared on his face, but it disappeared in a flash. Soon after, the young lady's white hand was slowly extended from under her sleeves in front of Xiaoyan's surprised eyes. A light flashed on her palm and a jade tablet that emitted a green light appeared in Murong Qianqian's hand. The expression on Xiaoyan's face changed when he saw this jade tablet. It instantly turned into joy. This jade tablet was the qi-cold jade that could block the frightening cold wind. Humph! A smile involuntarily surfaced on the young lady's pretty face when she saw the joy on Xiaoyan's face. After which, a thought passed through her mind. The dou qi within her body swiftly surged out and poured into the jade tablet in her hand. Following the pouring in of Murong Qianqian's dou qi, the jade tablet, which was emitting a gentle green light, immediately emitted a strange energy that wrapped around Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian's bodies. Xiaoyan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he sensed the faint strange energy around him. A thought passed through his mind and a powerful spiritual strength surged out from between his brows in an attempt to probe Qi-Cold Jade's energy aura. However, the final result caused Xiaoyan to be somewhat stunned in his heart. This was because the result of his spiritual strength probing was that it was like an ethereal aura. Xiaoyan was unable to capture Qi-Cold Jade's energy. While Xiaoyan was feeling stunned in his heart, Murong Qianqian by the side laughed softly. She ignored the stunned face of Xiaoyan by the side. Her lovely body moved, and she took the lead to fly to the other side of the snowy mountain. Behind her, the Sky Eagle trio revealed respectful expressions on their faces. When they saw that Murong Qianqian was about to leave, they hurriedly cupped their hands together and bowed in the direction that the young lady had left. At the same time, they spoke in a respectful tone. "Safe journey, young miss." In response to this, Murong Qianqian raised her hand. The back of her delicate hand faced the three people behind her and gently waved. At the same time, Xiaoyan also recovered the instant the words of the three people sounded. The expression on his face changed slightly as he swiftly followed. Currently, he needed to rely on this girl to pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. If this little girl ran away first, Xiaoyan would not be able to leave this place. With the support of Qi-Cold Jade and the strange energy, Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian crossed the snowy mountain peak without any resistance and officially entered the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Of course, this was merely the edge of the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. There was still quite a distance from the true core of the hinterland. If Xiaoyan wanted to pass through this place, he would need to spend even more time. When Xiaoyan stepped into the air and crossed the majestic snowy mountain peak with a relaxed expression, he could not help but feel excited in his heart. He still remembered that when he had arrived at this place for the first time a couple of months ago, it was already extremely difficult for him to even step onto the broken slope. Back then, Xiaoyan had never even thought that he would be able to easily cross the snowy peak under his feet with his footsteps like this. Now, however, Xiaoyan had really crossed this snowy peak with such ease. Xiaoyan's heart suddenly had a feeling that things had remained the same, but people had changed. Phew, he did not know why, but he let out a long sigh in his heart. Perhaps it was the relaxed feeling of successfully entering the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range, or perhaps it was a sigh for the thoughts in his heart just now. Xiaoyan stood in the air as his eyes focused on a certain direction. Soon after, he nodded heavily. His figure moved and he quickly followed Murong Qianqian's footsteps, swiftly flying towards the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. In the blink of an eye, half a day had already passed since Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian had entered the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. During this half a day, Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian could be said to have traveled nonstop. But even so, the two of them were still quite a distance away from the center of the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. While walking side by side with Murong Qianqian, Xiaoyan suddenly thought of a question that he had been puzzled about for a long time. After pondering for a long time, Xiaoyan finally turned his gaze towards the young lady beside him. The expression in his eyes flickered slightly. After hesitating for a while, he opened his mouth and asked, "That's right. I have a question that I have always wanted to ask you. I wonder if you can answer it for me?" Hearing Xiaoyan's sudden words, a doubtful expression surfaced on Murong Qianqian's pretty face. after which she nodded her head gently. Her beautiful eyes stared at Xiaoyan and said, "Ask away." Hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded his head gently, after which he mused for a moment and said, "If I have guessed correctly, there should be at least one elite Dodi in the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range, right?" Seeing this, the expression on Murong Qianqian's pretty face involuntarily changed slightly. Even her forward-flying footsteps could not help but pause slightly. The young lady's eyebrows were knitted slightly. However, she still nodded her head gently in the end. Seeing this, Xiaoyan finally nodded his head. He immediately frowned and opened his mouth to ask, "But since that is the case, why did he not appear when the cold wind erupted? With his strength, he should have the ability to suppress the cold wind. At the very least, he should not have allowed Tianing and the others to end up like that. There is a reason for that. Moreover, the Shilin mountain range has rules that belong to this place. The eastern wall being broken is originally the responsibility of the three of them. The hinterland of the Shilin mountain range has 4 mountain walls, and there are people guarding each of them. If the 4 mountain walls were to be broken one day, don't tell me that the owner of the Shilin mountain range has to personally seal them?" Hearing the grumbling hidden within Xiaoyan's voice, the expression on Murong Qianqian's pretty face suddenly sunk. Her tone was low and deep as she spoke sternly to Xiaoyan. "Regardless of what the reason is, he can't just sit back and do nothing. If I was not around when the eastern wall collapsed this time around, not only would Tianing and the others not be able to survive, but even you would also be in danger. Don't tell me that he, a dignified elite Dodi, is actually unwilling to be involved in such a situation?" However, the tone in Xiaoyan's mouth was also raised in the face of Murong Qianqian's reply. When his words sounded, it actually caused the young lady by the side to be speechless. Although the young lady had a clear answer in her heart as to why that person did not intervene, she could not clearly state this point due to her relationship with Xiaoyan. This also caused Murong Qianqian to feel a bitterness in her heart that she could not speak of. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to continue asking, a muffled thump was suddenly emitted from Murong Qianqian's hand. Soon after, the strange energy that originally wrapped around Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian swiftly disappeared. At the same time, the expressions on Xiaoyan's and Murong Qianqian's faces instantly changed. Chapter 485. Bang! The expression on Murong Qianqian's pretty face instantly changed after a low, deep bang was emitted. The young lady pursed her lips gently, and a thread of bright red fresh blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. At the same time, as Murong Qianqian swiftly lifted her jade-like hand, the Chihanyu that was emitting a sparkling green light had, for some unknown reason, been cut into 2. The green fluorescent light that had gathered on it had also swiftly disappeared. At the same time, the strange energy that had originally covered Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian swiftly disappeared. The bone-chilling cold wind in the sky was just like a hungry wolf that had been eyeing the 2 of them for a long time. It suddenly pounced toward Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian in the air. This sudden unexpected change in the situation also caused the expression on Xiaoyan's face to change drastically. Without the Chihanyu, Xiaoyan felt terrified from the bottom of his heart as he faced the frightening cold wind in the hinterland. Given the strength of this cold wind, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not be able to endure for long under this cold wind, even if he used all his strength. Moreover, there was still Murong Qianqian beside him at this moment. However, the cold wind had already attacked at this moment. Seeing that he and Murong Qianqian had already become turtles in a jar, Xiaoyan would definitely not sit still and wait for death. At the very most, he would get Guyu to attack again. If it really did not work, he could only withdraw from the hinterland of the Shilin mountain. Although Xiaoyan involuntarily felt some regret in his heart when he thought of being unable to pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range, Xiaoyan still treasured his life more than forcefully barging in at this moment. Ha! Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook within the cold wind. The dou-qi within his body swiftly surged out of his body. The heavenly flame surged and swiftly agglomerated into a heavenly flame barrier around Xiaoyan's body. It temporarily blocked the fierce cold wind that was whistling over from all directions. At the same time, Xiaoyan pulled Murong Qianqian into his embrace. He waved his right hand and the heavy Xian ruler also appeared in his hand. The enormous ruler was swung, and emitted a heavy rushing wind sound in the empty air. Chi chi chi. The moment the cold wind collided with Xiaoyan's heavenly flame, an intense chi-chi sound was emitted from the empty air. A dense white fog rose around the heavenly flame. Immediately, it agglomerated into numerous sharp ice blades under the cold wind. The sharp blades were swung with the wind, and once again ruthlessly smashed toward Xiaoyan's heavenly flame barrier. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Under this endless bombardment, Xiaoyan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. The cold wind was already incomparably fierce, and it was even more endless in the hinterland of Shilin. Even though his heavenly flame was strong, the more violent it was, the more the water vapor that had been incinerated in the empty air would be used by the cold wind once again. As a result, the more it fought, the more valiant it became. On the other hand, Xiaoyan could only be in a passive state. If this continued, it would not be a good ending for him. In a short period of time, the surroundings of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame had already been covered by layers of ice blades. At a glance, the surrounding space was densely packed with ice blades. As for Xiaoyan, he could only use his heavenly flame to continuously resist. Damn it! This cold wind is really troublesome. If I cannot completely incinerate the water vapor in the cold wind, it will be useless in the end. Seeing the danger of the cold wind, the expression on Xiaoyan's face became ruthless. His right hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, also began to exert more strength. Xiaoyan, don't speak. You are injured. Let's withdraw first. As for the matter of passing through the Shilin mountain range, let's make other plans. Murong Qianqian, who was in his embrace, was just about to open her mouth to speak when Xiaoyan let out a low cry and blocked her words. At the same time, Xiaoyan's footsteps changed. As he executed the sky extinction steps, his body suddenly turned, and the heavy Xian ruler in his right hand was suddenly waved. Immediately, a majestic ruler glow that spanned across the sky swept out from the heavy Xian ruler. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. One ruler. Xiaoyan let out a fierce cry in his heart. At the same time, the ruler glow also swept out. Under the support of the heavenly flame, the frightening Do Qi instantly swept away all the cold wind in front of Xiaoyan. At the same time, Xiaoyan also used this short instant to execute the sky extinction steps with all his might. His body suddenly flashed and appeared in the empty space 1,000 feet away. At this moment, Xiaoyan, who was in Xiaoyan's embrace, nimbly breathed in the unique scent on Xiaoyan's body. A warm smile surfaced on her somewhat pale pretty face. Ha! Once again, the huge ruler in Xiaoyan's hand was waved violently. Numerous frightening ruler glows were continuously waved from the huge ruler in Xiaoyan's hand, violently sweeping across the sky, where the cold wind was whistling. Wherever the ruler glow passed, the cold wind in the sky would be instantly incinerated into nothingness. Even the water vapor in the air completely disappeared at this moment. Under the ruler glow, even the air that Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian breathed in had become unusually dry and warm. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. Break! Time after time, Xiaoyan attacked with all his might. His black-robed figure also repeatedly flashed across the empty space. Even though this was the case, the current Xiaoyan was still quite a distance away from the snowy peak from which he had come. After a countless number of attacks, the Do Qi within Xiaoyan's body had already been exhausted by more than half. Even though this was the case, the cold wind around him still did not reduce in strength. The frighteningly low temperature continued to bombard the heavenly flame barrier around Xiaoyan's body. At this moment, the heavenly flame barrier, which had originally covered 100 feet around Xiaoyan, had already been forced back to a distance of less than 10 feet from Xiaoyan's body. After unleashing his Do Qi countless number of times with all his strength, the current Xiaoyan also felt a sense of helplessness. The terror of this cold wind was far more frightening than he had imagined. Even if he went all out, it was likely that he would have difficulty leaving this place today. Huff! Xiaoyan violently panted a couple of times. He rotated his wrist and kept the heavy Xian ruler in his hand. Immediately he widened his mouth and numerous heavenly flames were spat out from his mouth. They floated in front of Xiaoyan. Murong Qianqian sensed Xiaoyan's intention after he placed her down. Her hands, which were tightly hugging Xiaoyan's body, slowly released. Her face was pale as she hid behind Xiaoyan. "Old Gu, lend me a hand." Xiaoyan spoke with a heavy heart. However, all he got in return was silence. Guyu was indifferent to what he had said. He was not moved at all. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned in the face of this. It was unexpected that Guyu would choose to remain silent at this moment. However, Xiaoyan quickly frowned in a somewhat doubtful manner. Guyu's silence caused him to feel an uneasiness. Xiaoyan could only helplessly sigh bitterly in his heart after a moment of futility. He withdrew his gaze. Xiaoyan's eyes had just landed on the heavenly flame in front of him. Just as he was about to form the angry Buddha lotus flame, a bell-like, clear and different voice suddenly reverberated over this place. Little human, who are you? Why have you barged into this king's territory? Chapter 486. The instant the indifferent voice was transmitted over, the expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily changed. The movement of his hands also came to a halt. Sensing the icy cold indifference within those words, a fear involuntarily rose within Xiaoyan's heart. The strength of this person was at least an elite Dodi. Who? Elder, this junior is Xiaoyan. I do not have any ill intentions for offending Elder's territory today. I only hope to borrow your path. After keeping the heavenly flame in front of him, Xiaoyan hurriedly cupped his hands together respectfully toward the surrounding empty space. He used his gaze to sweep the surrounding area. As expected, he did not see the figure of the other party. He was even unable to identify the exact direction that the voice had originated from. He was also unable to detect even the slightest trace of the other party's aura. This fellow who had suddenly spoken was like an illusory wind, causing one to be unable to find any traces. Oh, since you have only come to borrow my path, then what happened to her? Why is she injured? If you can't say it, you will die. The indifferent voice did not contain the slightest emotion. Xiaoyan was not surprised to hear a cold killing intent from it. He did not doubt any of the words that this elder said. If he could not answer, the other party would definitely kill him with one strike before he could even react. Xiaoyan's face was filled with a cold light. As he thought of this, Xiaoyan could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. He did not know if it was right or wrong to ask Morong Qianqian to bring him in this time around. The other party had actually said something that wanted his life the moment she opened her mouth. This really caused him to be a little overwhelmed by favor. Turning his head to look at Morong Qianqian, who was lying on his back, Xiaoyan involuntarily revealed a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth. He softly said, "Why don't you say it?" Hearing this, the young lady's eyes, which had just looked at Xiaoyan, immediately turned away. Both of her eyes covered Xiaoyan's back, causing Xiaoyan to feel helpless in his heart. This attitude of Morong Qianqian was equivalent to pushing him to the guillotine. Cough cough, Xiaoyan softly coughed twice. He respectfully cupped his hands toward the surrounding sky. Only then did he open his mouth and speak. Replying to Senior Morong Qianqian, "That's enough. I've already given you time, but since you don't want to answer my questions, then let's end it here. You trespassed on my territory, and now you're even a human. Brat die." Chi. The moment those indifferent words fell, a sharp sound of wind breaking suddenly resounded in the world. At the same time, the expression on Xiaoyan's face changed drastically. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and he wanted to dodge. However, Xiaoyan immediately discovered that his body had unknowingly been forcefully restrained in the same spot by a frightening strength. Xiaoyan already had no way of dodging this attack that could injure him. While his heart was greatly shaken, Xiaoyan could only hurriedly shout for Guyu in his heart. After all, from the aura of the person in front of him, it did not seem like he was joking. If Guyu did not appear, it was likely that he would not have the slightest chance of survival. Given the strength contained in this attack, if it landed on Xiaoyan's body, forget about surviving, it would be difficult for him to even leave an intact corpse. In the blink of an eye, that frightening wind had already descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 100 feet from Xiaoyan's head. It was about to land on Xiaoyan's body. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan knew that there was no way for him to dodge. He could not rely on Guyu. At this moment, he could only rely on himself. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and his body suddenly shook. The Dragon Phoenix bloodline within his body was instantly activated. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor had already covered Xiaoyan's entire body. At the same time, the King Kong glass body was also unleashed. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's body, which had been confined to the spot, was finally able to move. From Xiaoyan's point of view, the best defense was a bold attack. In the face of danger, it was better to go all out instead of obediently waiting for death to descend. Even if he died, he would make the other party pay the price. Xiaoyan waved his large hand and kept the heavy Xian ruler into his storage ring. At the same time, a beautiful heavenly flame swiftly gathered in Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan, who had transformed into a King Kong god, waved his large hand. Douqi wildly gathered in his enormous palm. Immediately the frightening wind was about to land. Sister Bingshuang, don't. At this critical moment, it was originally thought that there would be an earth-shaking frightening collision. However, in exchange, it was actually Morong Qianqian's lovely cry that soared to the sky. At the same time, Morong Qianqian's delicate lovely body had already blocked the sky above Xiaoyan's head. She intended to use her body to block this fatal attack for Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, the frightening wind that had already landed in front of Morong Qianqian's lovely body abruptly came to a halt amidst a wave of sharp rushing wind sound. Immediately, the frightening wind was easily dissolved. As the wind scattered, an absolute beauty with snow-white skin and ice-blue long hair was revealed. She was wearing an ice-blue long dress. This lady had an extremely beautiful face that could be said to be unparalleled. Her lips were like a red pill and her small and tall nose brought out the beauty of her face. Her willow-shaped eyebrows and phoenix-shaped eyes contained a pair of icy blue eyes that contained a cold glint. At the same time that she was beautiful, it also added a king-like overbearing feeling. Seeing the beautiful lady in front of her, a joyous smile immediately surfaced on Morong Qianqian's pretty face. Her lovely body moved and she tightly hugged the lady in front of her. A rarely seen smile that could overturn the world also surfaced on the latter's originally indifferent face following Morong Qianqian's hug. If such a peerless beauty were to walk outside, she would definitely attract a countless number of men to fall head over heels for her. They would be willing to do anything for her. It was likely that even some famous experts would be involuntarily moved by her beauty. Of course, if anyone wanted to get close to her, it was likely that they would first have to be stronger than her. After all, this ice beauty with a peerless appearance was not just a flower vase that appeared to be as beautiful as her appearance. Her strength was sufficient to cause the entire western region to tremble. However, at the same time that this ice beauty and Morong Qianqian were hugging each other, the dou skill that Xiaoyan had already released from his hands below was like an arrow that had been released from a bow. It no longer had any possibility of being withdrawn. In the blink of an eye, that frightening palm carried all of the remaining dou qi in Xiaoyan's body, and violently smashed toward the two beauties who were less than 100 feet in the air. In the face of this palm being thrown out, an anxious expression swiftly surfaced on Xiaoyan's face at this moment. How could he have known that Morong Qianqian would actually suddenly jump out and use her body to block this attack for him at such a critical moment? From the looks of it, this situation was already irreversible. Be careful. Following a stern cry that shook the sky, the enormous golden palm that was less than 10 feet away from Morong Qianqian, and Morong Qianqian instantly paused in the air. Raising one's head, one could only see that the ice beauty had actually carelessly lifted her white hand. Her 5 fingers were extended and at the same time, an invisible energy instantly swept out from her palm and forcefully imprisoned the enormous golden palm in the air. Bang! The next moment, the ice beauty gently clenched her hand and the enormous golden-colored handprint burst apart with a bang. Immediately, it transformed into waves of extremely pure dou qi that once again returned to Xiaoyan's body. Chapter 487. Following a bang sound, the huge golden handprint disappeared. It once again turned into waves of pure dou qi and returned to the vortex within Xiaoyan's body. At the same time, the feeling of weakness that was emitted from Xiaoyan's body also disappeared. The golden light scattered and Xiaoyan returned to his original form. The Dragon Phoenix ancient armor continued to cover Xiaoyan's body, so that he could deal with any sudden changes at any time. Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air with some difficulty. Only then did he lift his eyes and look over. Immediately, his eyes involuntarily hardened. At this moment, one could see that the ice beauty had also withdrawn her soft, white, jade-like hand. At the same time, her eyelids were gently lifted. Her pretty ice blue eyes were slowly lifted. They carried an indifferent expression as she looked at Xiao Yan, who was currently shooting his gaze toward her. The gazes of the two people made contact in the empty space from a great distance. At that instant, Xiao Yan immediately sensed an extremely frightening aura swiftly enveloping him. They had just made contact, but the frightening strength had already caused his body to become a little unstable. Ugh! Xiao Yan, who was standing in the empty space, lost his footing. He could not help but hurriedly take a few steps back. After which, he once again stabilized his body. The gaze that he used to look at the lady was filled with shock. The strength of the lady in front of him was really extremely frightening. Clearly, the person in front of him was definitely not an ordinary elite Dodi. Her strength was likely on par with the leaders of the 4 large sects. 8-star Dodi. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but tremble violently. 8-star Dodi. This level was the true peak expert of the Western region. It was unexpected that he had met all the top experts in the Western region in less than 2 years since he had arrived at the Western region. However, he did not know whether this was a blessing or a curse. Just as Xiao Yan was quietly thinking in his heart, the ice beauty let out a soft snort. She once again raised her hand and pointed at Xiao Yan. Seeing that the ice beauty had actually raised her hand once again, the expression on Xiao Yan's face swiftly changed. His feet involuntarily took half a step back. At the same time, the dou qi in his body was swiftly circulated. Regardless of the other party's motive, if she wanted to kill him, Xiao Yan would definitely not sit still and wait for death. Even if the other party was an elite Dodi that he was no match for. Sister Bing Shuang, don't kill him. My injury is caused by the backlash of Qi Hanyu shattering. It has nothing to do with Xiao Yan. Moreover, he has already saved me many times along the way. He is my savior. You must not kill him. Seeing that Sister Bing Shuang in front of her had adopted a posture of wanting to kill Xiao Yan, the expression on Morong Qianqian's pretty face immediately became anxious. She hurriedly hugged Bing Shuang's extended hand and pressed it down. Her mouth also hurriedly cried out loudly, afraid that Sister Bing Shuang in front of her would really kill Xiao Yan. Seeing that Morong Qianqian was actually so protective of the human called Xiao Yan behind her, Bing Shuang could not help but frown slightly. However, when she saw the pleading expression in the young lady's eyes, a beautiful and moving smile that was like a snow lotus on an ice mountain involuntarily surfaced on her ice-cold pretty face. Seeing this scene, the anxious expression on Morong Qianqian's pretty face also disappeared. It was once again replaced by a joyous smile. She once again hugged Bing Shuang in front of her. At the same time, her small mouth nestled beside Bing Shuang's ear as she giggled. Hee hee, I know that Sister Bing Shuang is the best. Hearing this, a smile once again surfaced on Bing Shuang's beautiful face. Her pretty eyes were gently shut as though she was enjoying the reunion with the young lady at this moment. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a long sigh in his heart. From the looks of it, everything should be fine. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. A thought passed through his mind, and the dou qi that had already circulated throughout his body swiftly returned to the vortex in his body. However, at the next moment, when Bing Shuang once again opened her eyes, those beautiful ice blue eyes were still filled with the same indifference as before. At the same time, she lifted her hand and flicked her finger. An incomparably fast dou qi pillar swiftly shot toward Xiao Yan's body like lightning. Ugh! The instant Xiao Yan regained his senses, his dark black eyes suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. The expression on his face also changed drastically at this moment. His entire body froze on the spot at this moment. Even the breathing from his nose had also stopped. In the next moment, Morong Qianqian, who was hugging Bing Shuang, also swiftly discovered the movement of Bing Shuang's hand. Immediately, the smile that had just surfaced on her pretty face instantly turned pale. The young lady was filled with anxiety as she hurriedly struggled free from Bing Shuang's embrace in front of her. She immediately turned around and looked at Xiao Yan behind her. Her pair of watery eyes were completely red at this moment. Crystal clear tears continued to swirl in her eyes, as though they could fall at any moment. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was stunned for a moment before he quickly recovered. When he looked at his own body, he did not expect that he would be completely unscathed from that ice beauty's attack. At the same time, Morong Qianqian also noticed the stunned expression on Xiao Yan's face at this moment. Immediately, the large rock that was lifted high in the young lady's heart fell down with a loud bang at this moment. Since Qianqian has said that you have saved her life a couple of times, this queen will not pursue the matter of you barging into this queen's territory this time around. Treat this as another form of compensation from this queen to you. After all, this road was borrowed by this little girl. Just as Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian were feeling stunned in their hearts, Bing Shuang's somewhat indifferent voice was suddenly transmitted over. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian immediately woke up. It turned out that Bing Shuang did not have the intention to kill Xiao Yan. Understanding this point, Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian could not help but heave a long sigh of relief. At the same time, Xiao Yan could not help but frown tightly. From Bing Shuang's words just now, Xiao Yan did not quite understand the compensation that she mentioned. Right at the moment when Xiao Yan was about to open his mouth to ask, a frightening dou qi fluctuation suddenly surged out from within Xiao Yan's body. Before this dou qi fluctuation, even Xiao Yan's body involuntarily trembled slightly. That dou qi directly passed through Xiao Yan's body and swept through the sky. At the same time that dou qi surged out from Xiao Yan's body, Xiao Yan's aura also rapidly rose. In a short couple breaths of time, Xiao Yan's strength that had just entered the middle stage of the 5-star half-martial emperor level had completely stabilized. However, the power that filled that dou qi was far from limited to this. As that dou qi continued to surge out, Xiao Yan's aura was also rapidly rising, all the way to the 6-star half-martial emperor level. Chapter 488. With the help of Guyu's strength, Xiao Yan was unimpeded in the cold wind this time around. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, the cold wind did not even have the chance to approach Xiao Yan. It was isolated in the empty space 100 feet away from Xiao Yan. At the same time, the speed at which Xiao Yan was moving forward was many times faster than before. Under Guyu's guidance, Xiao Yan appeared in a dimly lit cloud within a couple of hours. The clouds in the sky were extremely dense. At this place, if an ordinary person were to look with their naked eyes, they would not be able to clearly see more than a meter away. At this moment, when the dense white bone-chilling flame lingered over Xiao Yan's eyes, the world below gradually became clear. Below the clouds was a world of ice covered in snow. The thick layer of snow indicated the desolation of this place. Due to the dim light, the snow on the ground appeared gray. At first glance, one would not even be able to recognize that it was snow. The grayish-white clouds and the gloomy world seemed a little out of place compared to the outside world. If an ordinary person saw this scene, it was likely that they would think that this was a desert. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was high in the sky, involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene below. Forget about other people. Even he did not believe that this was the location of the icy spirit cold fountain, just by looking at this desolate scene. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He asked Guyu while feeling doubtful in his heart. Old Gu, are you certain that this is where the icy spirit cold spring is located? Hee, little fellow, relax. This old man's senses will not be wrong. This is indeed where the icy spirit cold spring is located. Guyu chuckled and spoke in an extremely certain tone. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's frown did not ease. His eyes rotated as he asked Guyu again. However, the cold qi in this world is not much different from other places. I can't sense any different aura at all. Unless. At the end of his words, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a bright light flashed in his white eyes. Heh, your guess is correct. Although the icy spirit cold spring is not in the snowy land, it is beneath the snowy land. As long as one can enter the ground, one will be able to see the icy spirit cold spring. This point is similar to the crack on the eastern wall, which also came from underground. As for the source of the cold wind, this old man is certain that it is the icy spirit cold spring. At this moment, Guyu gradually withdrew his joking mood and spoke solemnly to Xiao Yan. After Guyu's words sounded, a fiery expression appeared on Xiao Yan's face once again. With a thought, the dou qi in Xiao Yan's body immediately gathered in his palms. His figure flashed and appeared above the snowy ground. He raised his palms and bent his fingers into claws, intending to ruthlessly claw at the snowy ground below. Wait! However, just as Xiao Yan's claw was about to land, Guyu, who was within his body, suddenly spoke and forcefully stopped Xiao Yan. The claw that was about to land suddenly paused in midair. The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. He frowned and asked Gu Yu in a deep voice. "Old Gu, what is it?" "Kid, before you make a move, there is something I need to tell you. The icy spirit cold spring here clearly already has an owner. If you act on your own accord, I'm afraid that you will be hunted down by the owner of the icy spirit cold spring. You better think carefully." Gu Yu's tone was a little grave as he spoke. "Is it that woman called Bing Shuang? What do you think?" Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened upon hearing this. If that was really the case, it would likely be troublesome. Being viewed as an enemy by an origin transformation expert was definitely not a small matter for anyone, especially Xiao Yan, who had already formed a grudge with the four great sections. If he offended such an expert, it was likely that even Gu Yu would be powerless to continue protecting him. Xiao Yan nodded. "Damn it. The thing is right in front of me. Do I really have to give up just like that?" Anger could not help but rise in Xiao Yan's heart when he thought of this. He coldly snorted and a dense white heavenly flame immediately surged out of his pores. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had been turned into a flaming person. "Old Gu, can you find out where that woman is right now? Hey brat, are you trying to snatch it by force? This method is not wise. You should leave them first. Now that something has happened to the icy spirit cold spring, they will immediately think of you. When that time comes. But there is no other way other than this." Gu Yu's words had yet to fade when Xiao Yan helplessly sighed and spoke. Hey brat, who told you that there is no other way?" However, Gu Yu chuckled when he heard Xiao Yan's words. "Ha!" Xiao Yan was stunned. He could not help but feel puzzled. Gu Yu chuckled again and continued. "Based on my senses, those two little girls aren't too far away from us. If you dare to snatch them, I guarantee that those two little girls will arrive here before you can obtain the icy spirit frozen fountain. When that time comes, you'll really be in for a bad time. Not only will you be hunted down by an expert, but even those girls' feelings for you will also be erased." Xiao Yan could only helplessly frown when he heard the first half of Gu Yu's words. However, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily twitched when he heard the last sentence. He helplessly rolled his eyes, curled his lips, and spoke in a deep voice. "Old Gu, just tell me what the method is. As long as I can obtain the icy spirit cold spring, there is no need to say anything else." Hey brat, are you still unwilling to admit it?" Gu Yu chuckled when he heard this. He immediately withdrew his smile and said, "This method is not simple. This method is neither difficult nor easy. However, the most important thing is that it requires you to pay a huge price." Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard Gu Yu's words. A method that could cause Gu Yu to speak in such a manner was likely extraordinarily difficult. "Old Gu, just say it. As long as I can obtain the icy spirit cold spring, it is only natural for me to pay a price. Come at me." Xiao Yan slowly narrowed his eyes. His body shook as he stood in the air. His face revealed a determined expression as he spoke in a sonorous and forceful tone. "Haha, good. I like this decisive character of yours. You are able to abandon yourself in order to achieve your goal. The old me has not misjudged you. Go." Gu Yu's tone purposely became solemn as he cried out in a low voice. After which, he once again became quiet. Ugh! Gu Yu's silence caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily feel a little uncertain. The so-called price that he had thought of did not appear to have descended on Gu Yu's head. However, Xiao Yan suddenly discovered that something was amiss at the next moment. Following Gu Yu's silence, the dense white flame within his body and his powerful do qi began to swiftly disappear. At the same time, the dense white flame that adhered to the surface of Xiao Yan's body suddenly disappeared. Immediately, a frightening cold aura that caused Xiao Yan's soul to tremble descended on Xiao Yan's head. This is the price? Chapter 489. Xiao Yan slowly withdrew from his cultivation state as cold wind whistled in the sky. Soon after, he twisted his body and straightened his body. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily revealed a smile, as he sensed the abundant feeling that was transmitted from his body. Soon after, he clenched both of his fists tightly. His body shook violently as an invisible pressure rapidly spread from Xiao Yan's body. Under the pressure of this aura, the empty space around Xiao Yan's body involuntarily became distorted. The vast and mighty pressure was many times stronger than the Xiaoyan from a day ago. A 6-star half-martial emperor is indeed not someone that a 5-star half-martial emperor can easily compare with. Xiaoyan involuntarily smiled in his heart when he saw the strange situation in the surrounding space. Soon after, his eyes turned. The joy that had just appeared on his face was swiftly suppressed by Xiaoyan. His pair of rippleless pitch-black eyes looked at Bing Shuang, who was standing not far away from Xiaoyan. Junior Xiaoyan, thanks Senior for your great kindness. Although the other party did indeed have a young lady's face that could overturn the world, Xiaoyan naturally understood that by being able to train to such a level, the latter was worthy of Xiaoyan respectfully addressing him as elder, regardless of whether it was in terms of strength or age. Humph, there is no need to thank me. This king has already said that this is compensation, and can also be considered a reward. Since you have already entered the Shilin mountain range and obtained power, please leave. Hearing this, Bing Shuang's pretty eyes glanced at Xiaoyan. Soon after, she spoke in a cold voice. As her words sounded, Bing Shuang waved her sleeve. A cold wind blew past as she prepared to leave with Murong Qianqian. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned at Bing Shuang's words. A troubled expression appeared between his brows. It was not that he was unwilling to leave this place. However, even though he had already broken through to a 6-star half-martial emperor, it was still impossible for him to pass through the Shilin mountain range alone. Without Guyu's help, it was likely that it would be incomparably difficult for him to even enter the center of the Shilin mountain range, much less pass through this place. Don't tell me you don't want to leave and still want to pester my Qianqian? Seeing Xiaoyan frown, Bing Shuang said coldly again. This time, Xiaoyan could clearly feel that the temperature around him had dropped significantly. Brat, don't think that you're qualified to speak to this king just because you've broken through to 6-star half-martial emperor. Don't forget, it was this king who helped you increase your strength. The voice that was filled with indifference resounded once again. The entire world trembled slightly at this moment. Between the heavens and the earth, transparent icicles gradually formed as Bing Shuang's mood changed. The sharp icicles were all pointed at Xiaoyan. The cold glint that was reflected seemed to cause the temperature of this place to become even colder without anyone noticing. The expression on Xiaoyan's face quickly turned grave when he saw the countless icicles in the sky. He did not doubt that these ordinary-looking icicles would be able to turn all of his techniques into nothingness. Faced with these icicles, he would likely not be able to last even a second. As Xiaoyan called out Guyu in his heart, he also turned his gaze to Bing Shuang with a grave expression. Just as he was about to speak, Murong Qianqian, who was standing beside Bing Shuang, stood forward once again. Her delicate body stood in front of Bing Shuang. Her pretty face that was filled with smiles a moment ago had turned pale once again. Her beautiful eyes that were filled with moisture quickly looked at Bing Shuang. Her delicate jade-like hands hugged Bing Shuang's lotus root-like fair arm. At the same time she hurriedly shouted, "Sister Bing Shuang, don't be afraid of this wind." Sister Bing Shuang, it is not as if you don't know how frightening this cold wind is. Now that Qi Hanyu has been shattered, how can Xiaoyan possibly have the ability to pass through here, if you ask him to leave by himself? Bing Shuang's pretty eyes were gently opened when she heard this. She looked at the young lady in front of her. She involuntarily sighed in her heart when she noticed the hidden bitterness in the latter's pretty eyes. Immediately, her expression did not change as she looked at Xiaoyan. Her eyes narrowed as she spoke in a deep voice. I heard from Qianqian that you have sealed the crack in the eastern wall earlier. Since you have the ability to seal that crack, I think that it should not be difficult for you to pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes immediately hardened when he heard Bing Shuang's words. He did not expect that Murong Qianqian had already informed this woman in front of him about this matter. His heart involuntarily tightened. Immediately, Xiaoyan turned his eyes towards Bing Shuang. At the same time, the latter's indifferent face revealed a cold glint. Xiaoyan's eyes slowly narrowed when he saw this. A determined expression appeared on his face as he said, "Senior, please do not say any more." "Senior, there's no need to say anything more. Giving me this opportunity is already a great favor. I'll walk the rest of the path myself. Farewell." Xiaoyan's voice had just sounded when he turned around and flew toward the western sky. "Xiaoyan, wait." Just as Xiaoyan turned around, Morong Qianqian called out to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at the latter. At the same time, Morong Qianqian also looked towards Bing Shuang. The expression on her pretty face appeared somewhat anxious as she hurriedly spoke to Bing Shuang. Sister Bing Shuang. Miss Morong, there's no need for that. I alone will be enough for the rest of the journey. In addition, thank you Miss Morong for bringing me into the hinterland of Xilin. However, just as Morong Qianqian's words left her mouth, Xiaoyan's calm voice was quickly transmitted over. In the next moment, when Morong Qianqian immediately turned her head to look at Xiaoyan, the latter's foot suddenly stepped on the empty air. His body moved and turned into a flowing wind that instantly disappeared in front of Bing Shuang and Morong Qianqian. Morong Qianqian's pretty face instantly changed when she saw Xiaoyan disappear. Her small mouth opened slightly, but the words in her mouth could not be spat out. Looking at the direction that Xiaoyan had left in, the young lady's eyes involuntarily surged with worry. A deep shock also surfaced on Bing Shuang's icy face at this moment. Other people might not recognize the agility do skill that Xiaoyan had displayed earlier. However, at her level, how could she not recognize this agility do skill that was extremely famous in the entire Western region? Sky Absolute Steps, no wonder you possess the ability to fight against a 9-star half-emperor. If you have mastered the Sky Absolute Steps, you would really be able to achieve this. The corner of Bing Shuang's mouth involuntarily revealed a smile as she watched Xiaoyan disappear into the cold wind. She quietly spoke in her heart. Immediately she pulled Morong Qianqian, whose face was filled with hidden bitterness, with one hand. Her body moved and she also flew towards the west. Since the Sky Absolute Steps is on your body, it looks like you are not a member of the 4 large sections. Xiaoyan, this name seems to be somewhat unfamiliar. Could it be them? While flying, Bing Shuang quietly frowned. Her heart appeared to be seriously thinking about something. This was especially so when she thought of the so-called them. The expression in her eyes instantly became gloomy. Chapter 490. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Within the piercing cold wind, the do qi within Xiaoyan's body, which had once again recovered to its peak due to his breakthrough, repeatedly surged out of his body as though it was free of charge. The brilliant, heavenly flame wrapped around Xiaoyan's entire body, dyeing him into a flame person. The high temperature in the sky and the surrounding cold wind fought each other. No one was willing to give in. Xiaoyan was undoubtedly suffering a one-sided loss under this kind of grinding. After all, the cold wind in this world was endless. If he was careless, it could affect Xiaoyan's speed. In order to resist this cold wind, Xiaoyan had no choice but to wildly expend the do qi within his body to resist the cold. The result of this was that Xiaoyan's aura gradually weakened. As Xiaoyan approached the central region of the hinterland of Xilin, he could sense that the cold wind between the sky and the earth had become many times stronger than before. He had already traveled for a day, but over half of the do qi in his body had already been exhausted. If this had been an ordinary day, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not have exhausted even 1/10 of the do qi within his body even if he had traveled day and night for an entire month. Even less needed to be said about the current situation. The expression on Xiaoyan's face also became increasingly solemn as he received the cold wind that was pouncing over from all directions like a vicious wolf. If this continued, he would be completely frozen to death by the cold wind, because of his do qi exhaustion before he could reach the central area of the hinterland of Xilin. This was something that Xiaoyan was extremely unwilling to accept. Feeling helpless, Xiaoyan could only place his final hope on Guyu, who was within his body. If this old man still did not appear, Xiaoyan would really be hopeless. Old Gu, if you continue to pretend to be dead, I will not be able to hold on any longer. Old Gu. Xiaoyan knit his brows tightly. He continued to call out to Guyu in his heart. At the same time, the do qi within his body surged out of his body in an even crazier manner. The Sky Absolute Step under his feet was unleashed to its limit. The frightening speed caused Xiaoyan to appear like an invisible bolt of lightning in the sky. Even so, Xiaoyan was still unable to pass through the hinterland of the Xilin mountain range before his do qi was completely exhausted. Hee little fellow, didn't you confidently say that you could walk on your own? Why are you losing your confidence now? Finally, just as Xiaoyan was about to give up, Guyu's mocking laughter came from Xiaoyan's body. The expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately hardened when he heard this familiar voice. Hope rose in his heart once again as he hurriedly spoke excitedly to Guyu. Old Gu, there is no time to joke now. If you do not act, this little life of mine will likely end here. Guyu involuntarily laughed out loud when he heard Xiaoyan's tearless voice. He continued to tease. What is it? Our great flame emperor, an extremely great person who even a heavenly flame cannot do anything to, is actually going to end up dying in this world of ice and snow today? Ha 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 ha. Xiaoyan felt even more helpless in his heart when he heard this. His eyes swept over his surroundings as he spoke to Guyu with a grave expression. I wonder what kind of strange thing exists in this place. It is actually able to emit such a frightening cold aura. Even my heavenly flame has difficulty suppressing it. If not for this, I would not have ended up in such a miserable state. Ugh! Xiaoyan immediately cried out bitterly in his heart when he sensed the frightening cold wind. Ever since Xiaoyan had started training, his heavenly flame could be said to have always been successful. Even when facing an opponent whose strength far exceeded Xiaoyan's, the heavenly flame was still able to help Xiaoyan. Now, however, Xiaoyan's heavenly flame had been defeated for the first time in the face of this cold air. Moreover, it was a defeat in which it was unable to retaliate. Of course, if the bone-chilling flame was the main body, the result would naturally be different. However, Guyu, who was in Xiaoyan's body, did not seem to have any intention of intervening. Hee stinking brat, it would be strange if you could easily suppress this cold wind. Guyu, who was in Xiaoyan's body, laughed when he heard Xiaoyan's somewhat gloomy words. Xiaoyan was involuntarily startled when he heard this. He frowned slightly and asked Guyu in a stern voice. Old Gu, what do you mean by this? Humph, brat, haven't you been looking for that thing? Honestly speaking, your luck is really good. I only told you about it before you entered the mountain. However, you actually found it so quickly after entering the mountain. Moreover, that thing can be said to be right in front of you now. Guyu laughed softly. His words involuntarily revealed some surprise at Xiaoyan's heaven-defying luck. At the same time, a complicated expression involuntarily surged into his heart. Old Gu, this junior hopes that you can speak clearly. Based on what you have said, I am really unable to recall it at this moment. Xiaoyan's face was filled with worry when he heard Guyu's soft laughter. His heart felt incomparably uncertain about these ambiguous words. It looks like you really cannot recall it. In that case, let me remind you again. Ice Spirit Pill. Ha! Guyu's words had just left his mouth when the expression on Xiaoyan's face instantly hardened. His body, which was swiftly flying forward, also came to a halt in the empty space. At this moment, even the entire world had paused for an instant. At this moment, a great storm had been stirred within Xiaoyan's heart. Endless joy and surprise surged within Xiaoyan's heart like a tidal wave, rising and falling one after another. After Guyu's reminder, Xiaoyan immediately understood what the thing that Guyu had mentioned was. It was something that could suppress a heavenly flame in the world. It was something that was born and nurtured by the world. It was considered to be the coldest energy in the world. The Ice Spirit Cold Liquid. Ice Spirit Cold Liquid. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan finally spoke with a pause between each word. The Ice Spirit Cold Liquid was the most important medicinal ingredient to refine the Ice Spirit Pill. At the same time, the Ice Spirit Cold Liquid was also the most important thing that Xiaoyan needed to swallow the heavenly flame. Xiaoyan originally thought that with the rarity of this thing, it was likely that he would only have the opportunity to obtain it by going to some large-scale auction houses. However, he did not expect that this kind of natural treasure would actually be in the hinterlands of the Shilin mountain range. It was no wonder that the cold wind in the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range could suppress the heavenly flame that Xiaoyan was most proud of. Based on what Guyu had said, that thing was right in front of Xiaoyan. Could it be, Old Gu? What you're saying is that the icy spirit frost liquid exists within these cold winds. Chapter 491. Haha, not bad. Xiaoyan's eyes contained a glint as they swiftly swept over the surrounding sky. He sensed the cold wind whistling past the heavenly flame barrier. His heart's original opinion of the danger of this cold wind had also changed. If this cold wind could be described as a lethal poison to Xiaoyan earlier, at this moment, this cold wind was a miraculous medicinal pill that could revive one's flesh and bones. The ice spirit pill was an important medicinal pill that was related to Xiaoyan's ability to swallow the heavenly flame. The ice spirit cold liquid was the most important main ingredient. Xiaoyan's heart naturally viewed it with great importance. Xiaoyan's mind suddenly shook without saying anything. The dou qi within his body wildly surged out at this moment. He waved his large hand and a frightening suction force wildly gathered in Xiaoyan's palm. The surrounding cold wind was also attracted by this force and swiftly gathered toward the hand that Xiaoyan had extended. After being wildly refined by the heavenly flame, the cold wind that was sucked into Xiaoyan's palm turned into an extremely tiny water droplet that was suspended within the heavenly flame for a short period of time. Although the strength of the heavenly flame was frightening, this tiny water droplet was able to endure the high temperature of the heavenly flame for a couple of breaths' time, before it was gradually evaporated by the heavenly flame. Seeing this scene, a wild joy immediately surfaced on Xiaoyan's face. Being able to possess such a frightening fire-controlling ability, this water droplet was definitely the icy spirit cold liquid. There was no doubt about it. Xiaoyan immediately waved his large hand after making this decision in his heart. Immediately, a wild and violent suction force agglomerated in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. It began to wildly agglomerate the cold wind around him. At the same time, the frightening heavenly flame unleashed a frighteningly high temperature that could incinerate the sky and boil the sea. Within a short moment, a water droplet the size of a grain of rice was gradually agglomerated on the palm that Xiaoyan had extended in front of him. Although the refining speed could be said to be a drop in the bucket, Xiaoyan's heart still felt extremely happy at this moment. Puff! However, Guyu involuntarily let out a mocking laugh from within his body. Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily became startled when he sensed the disdain that was transmitted from within his body. Only then did he withdraw the dou qi that had surged out of his body. He frowned and asked Guyu, "Elder Gu, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Hee, smelly brat, there's nothing wrong with what you're doing. But remember, next time, you must listen to what this old man has to say first before you make a move. Otherwise, you'll suffer a great loss. Don't tell this old man that I'm telling you first, hee. Xiaoyan felt even more puzzled when he heard Guyu's laughter. However, he finally nodded and did not say anything else. Seeing this, Guyu smiled again and said, "That's right." The reason why this old man said that the icy spirit frozen liquid is right in front of you is because the icy spirit frozen liquid exists in this world. Of course, the prerequisite for this existence is that it has been diluted countless times. Xiaoyan lifted his brows when he heard Guyu's words. He involuntarily thought of something in his heart. Guyu smiled and continued speaking. Even if all the icy spirit frozen liquid in this world were added together, it is likely less than 1% of the total amount. It is impossible for a small amount of icy spirit frozen liquid to be able to turn this world into a world of ice and snow. Hence, there is definitely a large amount of icy spirit frozen liquid in the interior of Shilin, an icy spirit frozen fountain. Xiaoyan's face was immediately replaced by a dense shock after Guyu's words sounded. Guyu's words were like thunder as they reverberated in Xiaoyan's mind. The last few words caused Xiaoyan's mind to buzz. The icy spirit frozen fountain was a natural treasure that could cause the experts in the entire continent to go crazy over it. Did it really exist somewhere in this place where Xiaoyan was standing? Instead of refining less than 1% of the icy spirit frozen liquid in this world, why don't you try to find the icy spirit frozen fountain? You should understand that as long as you find the icy spirit frozen fountain, the icy spirit frozen liquid contained within it will be dozens, or even hundreds of times more than the total amount in this world. Moreover, the purity of the liquid will allow you to directly merge it into a medicinal pill. Whether the two choices are good or bad depends on which one you choose. Guyu laughed before he quickly opened his mouth to speak. Moreover, this old man can roughly sense the location of the icy spirit frozen fountain. If you are willing, this old man can help you find it. Xiaoyan smiled when he heard Guyu's words. There was naturally no need to say what choice he would make. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with longing for the icy spirit frozen fountain. After all, if he could really find the icy spirit frozen fountain, Xiao Yan would be able to obtain it when the time came. Haha, please lead the way, old Gu. I am also extremely curious about the icy spirit frozen fountain. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze and respectfully spoke to Gu Yu. Haha, alright. In that case, let's continue walking. If this old man senses correctly, the icy spirit frozen fountain should be directly in front of you. This time around, you can use this old man's strength. After all, this place is close to the central area of Shilin. The cold wind there is sufficient to take your life. Guyu spoke in a solemn tone. A thought passed through his mind and a frightening doqi immediately rose from the vortex within Xiao Yan's body. At the same time, Xiao Yan borrowed this doqi to swiftly raise his aura to an extremely frightening level. Xiao Yan's body moved and the sky absolute step was unleashed. A cool breeze blew across the sky. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's body had already appeared on the horizon. That's right, old Gu. I still have a question that I wish to ask you. Xiao Yan ignored the cold wind around him. A dense white heavenly flame spread from his eyes. The strong wind caused his long white hair to flutter. It was like many small snakes that were twisting in the wind. Oh, what is the question? Let me hear it. Guyu involuntarily felt a little uncertain about Xiao Yan's sudden question. He hesitated for a moment before speaking to Xiao Yan. I am very curious. When you first arrived in the western region, you did not completely hide your aura, even when facing the sect leaders of the 4 great sections. Why is it that you actually... Brat, don't tell me you're really treating her as an ordinary woman. Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when Guyu's voice was quickly transmitted. His words contained some admiration for Bing Shuang. Haha, old Gu, do I look like someone who only cares about appearances? Xiao Yan merely shook his head, smiled and replied. Regardless of whether you are or not, you must not underestimate the strength of that girl. It is not that I want to say this, but the sect leaders of the 4 great sects are nothing in that girl's eyes. Guyu softly spoke. Soon after, he once again became silent. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body, which was originally swiftly flying forward, once again paused in the empty space. Xiao Yan lowered his eyelids. His dense white eyes stared intently at the empty space in front of him. His body involuntarily trembled under his black clothes. Xiao Yan naturally understood Guyu's words. If Guyu could say this, Bing Shuang's true strength would definitely far surpass the sect leaders of the 4 great sections. Since it far surpassed them, Bing Shuang's strength would at the very least be Origin Transformation Stage. Chapter 492. With the help of Guyu's strength, Xiao Yan was able to move through the cold wind without any hindrance. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, the cold wind did not even have the chance to approach Xiao Yan. It was isolated in the empty space 100 feet away from Xiao Yan. At the same time, the speed at which Xiao Yan was moving forward was many times faster than before. Under Guyu's guidance, Xiao Yan appeared in a dimly lit cloud within a couple of hours. The clouds in the sky were extremely dense. At this place, if an ordinary person were to look with their naked eyes, they would not be able to clearly see more than a meter away. At this moment, when the dense white bone-chilling flame lingered over Xiao Yan's eyes, the world below gradually became clear. Below the clouds was a world of ice covered in snow. The thick layer of snow indicated the desolation of this place. Due to the dim light, the snow on the ground appeared gray. At first glance, one would not even be able to recognize that it was snow. The grayish-white clouds and the gloomy world seemed a little out of place compared to the outside world. If an ordinary person saw this scene, it was likely that they would think that this was a desert. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was high in the sky, involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene below. Forget about other people, even he did not believe that this was the location of the icy spirit cold fountain, just by looking at this desolate scene. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He asked Guyu while feeling doubtful in his heart. Old Gu, are you certain that this is where the icy spirit cold spring is located? Hee, little fellow, relax. This old man's senses will not be wrong. This is indeed where the icy spirit cold spring is located. Guyu chuckled and spoke in an extremely certain tone. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's frown did not ease. His eyes rotated as he asked Guyu again. However, the cold qi in this world is not much different from other places. I can't sense any different aura at all. Unless. Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly narrowed after he spoke. A bright glint flashed across his densely white eyes. Haha, your guess is correct. Although the icy spirit cold spring is not in this snowy land, it is beneath the snowy land. As long as one can enter the ground, one will be able to see the icy spirit cold spring. This point is similar to the crack on the eastern wall, which also came from underground. As for the source of the cold wind, this old man is certain that it is the icy spirit cold spring. Guyu had gradually withdrawn his joking mood at this moment. His tone was solemn as he spoke to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's face once again revealed a fiery hot expression after Guyu's words. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and the dou qi in his body immediately gathered in his palms. His body flashed and appeared in the air above the snowy ground. He raised his palms and curled his fingers into claws as he viciously slashed at the snowy ground below. Wait! However, just as Xiaoyan's claw was about to land, Guyu, who was within his body, suddenly spoke and forcefully stopped Xiaoyan. The claw that was about to land suddenly paused in midair. The expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily changed. He frowned and asked Guyu in a deep voice. Old Gu, what is it? Kid, before you make a move, there is something I need to tell you. The icy spirit cold spring here clearly already has an owner. If you make a move without permission, I'm afraid that you will be hunted down by the owner of the icy spirit cold spring. You better think carefully. Guyu's tone was a little grave as he spoke. Is it that woman called Bing Shuang? What do you think? Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily hardened upon hearing this. If that was really the case, it would likely be troublesome. Being viewed as an enemy by an origin transformation expert was definitely not a small matter for anyone, especially Xiaoyan, who had already formed a grudge with the four great sections. If he offended such an expert, it was likely that even Guyu would be powerless to continue protecting him. Xiaoyan nodded. Damn it. The thing is right in front of me. Do I have to give up just like that? Anger involuntarily rose in Xiaoyan's heart when he thought of this. He coldly snorted and a dense white heavenly flame immediately surged out of his pores. In the blink of an eye, it turned Xiaoyan into a flaming person. Old Gu, can you find out where that woman is? Hey brat, are you trying to snatch it by force? This method is not wise. You should leave them first. Now that something has happened to the icy spirit cold spring, they will immediately think of you. At that time. But there is no other way. Guyu's words had yet to fade when Xiaoyan helplessly sighed and spoke. Hey brat, who told you there is no other way? However, Guyu chuckled when he heard Xiaoyan's words. Ha! Xiaoyan was stunned. He could not help but feel puzzled. Guyu chuckled again and continued. Based on my senses, those two little girls aren't too far away from us. If you dare to snatch them, I guarantee that those two little girls will arrive here before you can obtain the icy spirit frozen fountain. When that time comes, you'll really be in for a bad time. Not only will you be hunted down by an expert, but even those girls' feelings for you will also be erased. Xiaoyan could only helplessly frown when he heard the first half of Guyu's words. However, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily twitched when he heard the last sentence. He helplessly rolled his eyes, curled his lips, and spoke in a deep voice. Old Gu, just tell me what the method is. As long as I can obtain the icy spirit cold spring, there is no need to say anything else. Hey brat, are you still unwilling to admit it? Guyu chuckled when he heard this. He immediately withdrew his smile and said, This method is not simple. This method is neither difficult nor easy. However, the most important thing is that it requires you to pay a huge price. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he heard Guyu's words. A method that could cause Guyu to speak in such a manner was likely extraordinarily difficult. Old Gu, just say it. As long as I can obtain the icy spirit cold spring, it is only natural for me to pay a price. Come at me. Xiaoyan slowly narrowed his eyes. His body shook as he stood in the air. His face revealed a determined expression as he spoke in a sonorous and forceful tone. Haha, good. I like your decisive character of being able to abandon yourself in order to achieve your goal. The old me has not misjudged you. Go. Guyu purposely cried out in a solemn tone when he heard Xiaoyan's words. after which, he once again became quiet. Ugh! Guyu's silence caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily feel a little uncertain. The so-called price that he had thought of did not appear to have descended upon Guyu's head. However, Xiaoyan suddenly discovered that something was amiss at the next moment. Following Guyu's silence, the dense white flame within Xiaoyan's body and his powerful dou qi began to swiftly disappear. At the same time, the dense white flame that had adhered to the surface of Xiaoyan's body suddenly disappeared. Immediately, a frightening cold aura that caused Xiaoyan's soul to tremble descended upon Xiaoyan's head. This is the price? Chapter 493. Cold wind whistled through the misty world. It was like the roars of magical beasts. The world was lightless, and the sun and moon could not be seen. The entire world appeared to be a land of death. It was desolate, bleak, and devoid of life. At this moment, in this desolate snowy land, there was a ball of brilliant flame that emitted the only light in the snowy land. The fire extended for a distance of a couple of dozen feet. Looking from a distance, it appeared like a flickering star in the clouds. Only when one was close enough would one be able to see the exact appearance of the fire. The firelight was brilliant and colorful. The brilliant light was reflected on the surrounding snow, causing the originally dark and gloomy snow to appear brilliant and colorful at this moment. At this moment, a black-robed figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the brilliant firelight. The eyes of the human figure were tightly shut. His brows were tightly knit. Even though there was a brilliant heavenly flame around him, the face of this human figure was still pale at this moment. Xiaoyan's face appeared to be completely bloodless. Even his originally sleek red lips appeared dry and white at this moment. His skinny body was trembling slightly at this moment. The extremely cold air in the air caused Xiaoyan's aura to become increasingly weak. If this continued, he would be completely frozen in this place by the cold wind that was waiting for an opportunity to strike in less than 15 minutes. As the remaining dou qi within Xiaoyan's body became increasingly thin, the heavenly flame around Xiaoyan's body also became dimmer. The cold wind in the outside world also became stronger as the strength of the heavenly flame weakened. Old Gu, what kind of method is this? You're simply trying to take this junior's life. Helpless, Xiaoyan could only place his final hope on Guyu. Hee brat, you should endure for a little longer. Those two little girls are about to arrive. You will naturally be fine as long as they arrive. Haha. Guyu laughed when he heard this. It was as though he was not going to attack. Xiaoyan felt even more helpless because of this. He could only do his best to squeeze out the little remaining dou qi within his body, hoping that he would be able to endure for a little longer. At the same time, the frightening cold wind outside of the heavenly flame seemed to be aware that Xiaoyan was already at the end of his rope. Numerous invisible cold wind blades violently smashed toward Xiaoyan's heavenly flame as the cold wind whistled. Bang! 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 Each time it struck, it would cause the glow on the heavenly flame barrier to become a little dimmer. At the same time, Xiaoyan's expression also became increasingly pale under the repeated strikes of the cold wind. Not long later, a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth. Following the repeated erosion of the cold wind, the area around Xiaoyan that was covered by the heavenly flame swiftly shrank. That cold wind had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Despite being separated by the heavenly flame, that frighteningly low temperature still caused Xiaoyan's face to instantly feel numb. Qi! The approaching cold wind had already sealed the edges of Xiaoyan's black robes into a solid layer of ice. Xiaoyan's seated body was gradually covered by a thick layer of ice. A moment later, Xiaoyan's body was covered by layers of ice. Even though this was the case, the extremely cold temperature continued to invade Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's body was completely exhausted when Xiaoyan's body was completely sealed by ice. After Xiaoyan's body was sealed by ice, an extremely cold aura swiftly drowned Xiaoyan's mind. Everything in front of Xiaoyan turned into darkness. At the same time that the last wisp of heavenly flame on Xiaoyan's body was extinguished, two extremely beautiful figures coincidentally arrived at this place from within the clouds in the sky above Xiaoyan's head. Just as the two of them were preparing to pass by, one of the two girls, who had fair skin and pretty looks, who was further back, suddenly frowned slightly. Her long and narrow eyes involuntarily looked towards the clouds below. When Xiaoyan woke up once again, The first thing that entered his eyes was an ice cave that had been meticulously arranged. The cave was decorated with many pieces of furniture. A faint fragrance permeated the air. From this, one could tell that this cave should be the bedroom of a lady. Ugh! Xiaoyan sat up from the bed with a somewhat pale face. There was still some cold air remaining within his body. This caused Xiaoyan's originally skinny body to involuntarily tremble at this moment. Ugh, old goo, what is this place? Xiaoyan violently shook his head and removed the uncomfortable feeling in his mind. Only then did he carefully ask Guyu in his heart. Hee brat, you are currently very close to the icy spirit cold spring. Guyu did not reply to Xiaoyan's question. Instead, he laughed and teased. The expression on Xiaoyan's face changed slightly upon hearing this. Immediately, it turned into joy. Although he did not know what had happened, Guyu's words caused Xiaoyan's spirits to soar. However, at the same time that Xiaoyan's face revealed a joyous expression, a person suddenly walked in from the wide-open door of the cave. Xiaoyan immediately withdrew the expression on his face when he saw that someone had arrived. Both of his eyes narrowed as the do-qi within his body, which had recovered a little, swiftly rose at this moment. However, the expression on Xiaoyan's face instantly stiffened when that pretty person completely appeared in front of Xiaoyan. The person who had appeared in front of him at this moment was surprisingly Morong Qianqian. Could it be that the one who had brought him here was this little girl in front of him? Xiaoyan involuntarily felt speechless when he thought of this. The muscles on the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. If this was the case, would it not mean that the owner of the icy spirit cold spring, Bing Shuang, was also here? Just as Xiaoyan was thinking of that woman with frightening strength in his heart, a gorgeous lady, whose entire body was emitting an ice-cold aura, appeared behind Morong Qianqian, who had just entered the door. This lady was Bing Shuang. The expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly hardened when he saw Bing Shuang. His body moved, and he hurriedly got down from the bed and respectfully stood on the ground. What a joke. The woman in front of him was a terrifying origin transformation expert. If he dared to be disrespectful to her, once he provoked her, it would be difficult for him to even keep his life. Rather than provoking such a terrifying person, Xiaoyan would rather be a little more respectful. At the very least, he would not let this woman become dissatisfied with him. Xiaoyan, are you all right? Quickly sit down. The cold qi in your body has not been completely removed. Morong Qianqian's face was filled with joy when she saw that Xiaoyan had already awakened. She hurriedly took a few steps forward and held on to Xiaoyan's arm. Her voice was filled with worry as she spoke with concern. Cough cough, thank you for your concern. I'm fine now, but there's no need for me to sit down. With senior here, I'm afraid that as a junior, if I sit down, I'm afraid. If I ask you to sit, then sit. What's with all the nonsense? However, before Xiaoyan could finish speaking, Bing Shuang's beautiful face was cold as she spoke with an indifferent tone. Xiaoyan's expression immediately froze when Bing Shuang's words left her mouth. Soon after, he let out an embarrassed smile and cupped his hands at Bing Shuang before sitting down. Morong Qianqian could not help but glance at Bing Shuang. Only then did her beautiful eyes turn and giggle at Xiaoyan again. Chapter 494. Following Xiaoyan's awakening, Morong Qianqian spent the next few days accompanying Xiaoyan by his side. A sweet smile was always present on her face. As for Xiaoyan, perhaps other men would be extremely excited when faced with such treatment, but for Xiaoyan, there was only a heavy sense of helplessness in his heart. Having the company of a beautiful woman was perhaps the thought of countless men. However, for Xiaoyan, who already had a family, he did not have the heart to flirt with other women. The only thing on his mind right now was the icy spirit frozen spring. After interacting with Morong Qianqian for a few days, Xiaoyan learned from her that the ice beauty's full name was Lung Bingshuang. The general situation was similar to what Xiaoyan knew. She was a terrifying existence at the level of a true overlord in the Shilin mountain range. Of course, Xiaoyan guessed that with Lung Bingshuang's strength, there was probably no one in the entire western region who could be her opponent. However, after conversing with Morong Qianqian, Xiaoyan quickly dispelled this thought in his heart. As an origin transformation expert, Lung Bingshuang had dominated the Shilin mountain range for so many years, but she had always been injured. It was hard to imagine that to be able to leave an origin transformation expert with an injury that was difficult to recover from. The opponent's strength was probably at the same level as Lung Bingshuang at the very least. So it's another origin transformation expert. Thinking of this, even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, his heart could not help but violently beat a few times. Beads of cold sweat unconsciously appeared on his forehead. In the end, Xiao Yan used the reason of needing to rest to temporarily brush off Morong Qianqian. Only then did the latter unwillingly leave the room. As for Xiao Yan, he also obtained a temporary respite. Phew, seeing that the door to the cavern was tightly shut, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had obtained quite a bit of information during this period of time, he had to admit that this girl was really a chatterbox. Even Xiao Yan, who had always been known for his sharp tongue, had no choice but to admit defeat in front of her. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly. He let out a long sigh. Only then did he frown and ask Gu Yu, who was within his body. Elder Gu, it's your turn now. Why don't you tell me how I can obtain the icy spirit cold fountain? You didn't bring me here to play with this little girl, right? Hee, not bad. You're right, kid. Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows upon hearing Gu Yu's reply. He was speechless in his heart. He curled his lips and spoke in a deep voice. Elder Gu, now is not the time to joke. The icy spirit cold fountain is right in front of me. You can't possibly allow me to continue watching. That woman, Lung Bingshuang, is not a kind person. Once the cold aura within my body is removed, she will definitely chase me out of this place. Therefore you must act first before that happens. Gu Yu spoke in a stern voice after Xiao Yan's words sounded. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air, and lay heavily on the bed behind him. His left arm was placed under his head while his right hand was randomly placed on his waist. His index finger gently tapped as he swiftly thought of a solution in his heart. It was a long while later before he spoke again. Elder Gu, you can't possibly ask me to steal it. Although I admit that my speed is not slow, it is only limited to the half-emperors. Given that woman's strength, I'm afraid that she will immediately target me as long as I dare to step out of this door. Therefore, this old man did not ask you to steal it. You, on the other hand, foolish brat, who do you think this old man is to ask you to do such a thing? Then, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard this. A doubtful expression appeared between his brows. Hey, this is for you. Gu Yu spoke in a casual tone. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's expression wildly changed. A large amount of unfamiliar information suddenly surged out of Xiao Yan's mind, causing Xiao Yan's head to feel as though it was about to explode. It was a long while later before he gradually digested this enormous amount of information. Ugh, this is Tier 3 medicinal pill, Bodhisattva returning pill. That girl's injuries were also formed by cold qi. This Bodhisattva returning pill can help her recover. Of course, if she uses an ordinary method to recover, her injuries will be much better than they are now. But this girl is extremely stubborn. She clearly knows that her injuries were formed by cold qi, yet she still dares to stay in this dark and cold place. Although her injuries have recovered after so many years, the cold qi has entered her body, leaving behind a tuberculosis that is difficult to recover from. This has coincidentally given you an opportunity. Gu Yu laughed as he spoke in a cunning tone. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard this. From the looks of it, Gu Yu had already discovered that Lung Bingshuang was injured. However, Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a little surprised by the pill formula that Gu Yu had given him. Being the spirit of a heavenly flame, Gu Yu actually possessed something like a pill formula. This was really surprising. Little fellow, there is no need for you to overthink. Back then, the Tushi ancient god was also an all-powerful individual. This is merely a Tier 3 medicinal pill formula. Forget about this. It is not as though the Tushi ancient god did not possess even higher tier pill formulas. The old me has merely collected a small portion of them. Gu Yu once again laughed as though he had seen through Xiao Yan's thoughts. His tone contained a pride that could not be removed. Even though the Tushi ancient god had forcefully devoured them back then, did they not follow the Tushi ancient god to glory? Now that he recalled all of this, Gu Yu felt as though things had remained the same, but people had changed. Even someone as strong as the Tushi ancient god was ultimately defeated by the loneliness of time. On the other hand, these heavenly flames that had been devoured by the two ancient god back then were now able to roam this vast world. The strongest. What was the use of being the strongest? After the flow of time, one would ultimately become a pile of yellow soil. Perhaps the two ancient god had destroyed his own cultivation in order to tell the world this truth. Of course, this truth could only be understood by the strong. The current Xiaoyan had difficulty even protecting himself. Naturally, he did not have the time to ponder over these questions. In the outside world, Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he sensed that Guyu had once again become quiet. He probed Guyu in his heart. "Old Gu, since you have so many pill formulas, why don't you? You want the pill formulas?" Guyu smiled. Xiaoyan's face was filled with excitement as he violently nodded. His body, which had just been lying on the bed, suddenly sat up. It was as though he was waiting for Guyu to pass all of the pill formulas to him. "Find your own way. There are so many pill formulas in the Alchemist Association. As long as you have the ability, you can take all of their medicinal pill formulas. No one will dare to say anything. Otherwise, you can head to the Alchemist Alliance. That place is a paradise for alchemists. Forget about Tier 3 pill formulas. Even Tier 4 or 5 pill formulas will not be lacking. Of course, the first thing is that you must possess the qualification to get them to willingly hand over their pill formulas to you." Xiaoyan unhappily rolled his eyes in response to this. From Guyu's words, it was obvious that he was unwilling to hand over his pill formulas. Xiaoyan softly muttered a couple of sentences in his mouth. He was about to lie down once again when, at this moment, the thick and heavy stone door within the cave was once again opened. At the same time, a beautiful figure whose entire body emitted an icy cold aura, slowly walked in from outside the door. When she entered the cave, she actually shut the stone door tightly in front of Xiaoyan's shocked gaze. Chapter 495. Xiaoyan stared blankly at Lung Bingshuang, who was strolling into the cave. The expression on his face gradually froze. In the end, a drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead and fell into Xiaoyan's dark eyes. The sudden stimulation caused Xiaoyan to quickly recover his senses. Xiaoyan hurriedly stood up. In front of this woman, even with Xiaoyan's arrogance, he had no choice but to restrain himself. After all, this woman's terror was really difficult for him to face. Xiaoyan cupped his hands at Lung Bingshuang and was about to step forward. However, the latter raised her arrogant and cold eyes and glared fiercely at Xiaoyan. With this glance, Xiaoyan only felt that the space around him seemed to have frozen. He could not move at all. Lung Bingshuang withdrew her gaze. Her footsteps were gentle as she slowly walked to the front of the stone table in the cave. Her graceful figure was like a water snake as she slowly sat down. Only then did the woman let out a soft snort. The space around Xiaoyan immediately relaxed. Xiaoyan could not resist once again sitting on the bed. "Qianqian wants you to sit, so sit. Otherwise, if that girl sees you, she will say that I'm not doing this and that." Although this exquisite voice caused one's heart to pound, the current Xiaoyan did not have the slightest mood to feel this lovely voice that was filled with magnetism. Nodding with a serious expression, Xiaoyan lowered his head from the beginning to the end. His gaze was fixed on Lung Bingshuang's pair of white and tender feet that were completely exposed to the air. A myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. Seeing Xiaoyan's appearance, Lung Bingshuang could not help but sneer secretly in her heart. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly and her tone was indifferent. "Tell me, who are you? What is your purpose in coming to the hinterland of Xilin?" As she said this, Lung Bingshuang's pair of icy blue eyes were fixed on Xiaoyan's slightly lowered face. Light flowed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Hearing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. This woman was actually still suspicious of his identity. He had to say that she was really cautious to the extreme. However, in the face of such a strong woman, Xiaoyan naturally did not dare to say those words out loud. Since Senior has been asking Junior this question, then Junior doesn't mind answering. Xiaoyan raised his head slightly. His gaze, which was filled with fear, shifted from the latter's feet to Lung Bingshuang's beautiful face. "My name is Xiaoyan. I have come to the Xilin mountain range only to borrow the path, and have no other purpose." Humph, what a good excuse. Since it's just a way, why must you enter my Xilin mountain range? Wouldn't it be more convenient to directly pass through your human city? Lung Bingshuang clearly did not believe Xiao Yan's explanation. After all, Xiao Yan was only a mere 5-star half-martial emperor. Yet, he actually dared to enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range alone. If he did not have a purpose, no one would believe him. If that was possible, then Junior would really not have to enter the Shilin mountain range. However, Junior has some enmity with the 4 great sects of the Shilin region. They are eager for me to enter those cities. How would I dare to pass through there? Xiao Yan shook his head, sighed, and smiled. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, which did not seem to be fake, Lung Bingshuang could not help but frown slightly. Her beautiful eyes rotated as she coldly asked again. What do you have that is worthy for the 4 great sects to attack you? You're only a 5-star half-martial emperor. Even if you're an ordinary Dodi, the 4 great sects sect leaders would not place you in their eyes. You? Lung Bingshuang's beautiful eyes narrowed. A cold light condensed within her icy blue eyes. My strength is indeed not worth mentioning to them. However, the sky annihilation steps that I possess is sufficient to cause the entire western region to attack me. The instant Xiao Yan's voice sounded, his feet moved. Immediately, Xiao Yan's body was like a gust of wind and instantly disappeared from where he stood. When Xiao Yan's body appeared once again, he had already appeared in front of the thick and heavy stone door. In the blink of an eye, he had once again returned to his original spot. Raising his gaze, Xiao Yan looked straight at Lung Bingshuang and said in a serious voice, "What do you think of this?" Seeing Xiao Yan use the sky annihilation steps once again, a strange expression involuntarily flashed across Lung Bingshuang's indifferent face. However, immediately after, it was perfectly concealed. It is indeed the sky annihilation steps. The 4 great sects have been searching for it for several hundred years. It is unexpected that it would actually be in the hands of a small 5-star half-martial emperor. In that case, you are from the Lu clan? The Lu clan naturally referred to the Lu clan that Lu Feng had single-handedly established back then. At the same time, it was also the small Lu clan in the current Qingyang city. Even though times had changed, Lung Bingshuang would still involuntarily recall some people and matters from back then when the sky annihilation steps was mentioned. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head when he heard this. He said, "I am not from the Lu clan. It is only because I have some relationship with the Lu clan that I was able to obtain this sky annihilation steps. I believe that Elder already understands the enmity between me and the 4 great sects." Lung Bingshuang's face was grave and stern as she nodded her head. Immediately, she raised her beautiful eyes once again and stared coldly at Xiao Yan. That ice-cold gaze that caused one to tremble involuntarily caused Xiao Yan's heart to tighten slightly. Even if you can prove that you have no relationship with the 4 great sects, how are you going to prove that you did not come to my Shilin mountain range with ulterior motives? Lung Bingshuang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as an ice-cold chill swiftly spread out from her body. Xiao Yan could only feel that the surrounding space had become ice-cold, as though he was in a cold cellar. Xiao Yan's gaze cautiously swept back and forth across the space where the temperature continuously dropped. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together as a grave expression appeared on his face. At the same time, he was somewhat speechless at Lung Bingshuang's words. Indeed, he could only prove that he had no relationship with the 4 great sects. However, he was ultimately unable to prove his intentions for coming to the Shilin mountain range. After all, he was currently still within the Shilin mountain range. As long as he did not leave for even a moment, he would be unable to prove himself. I can give you 3 days. After 3 days, leave this place and I can treat it as though nothing has happened. Before that, you are not allowed to take even half a step out of this stone room. Otherwise, even if Qianqian protects you, you will definitely not be able to leave this place alive. Lung Bingshuang's beautiful eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. An incomparably cold glint shot out from her ice-blue eyes as she spoke in an icy voice. After speaking, Lung Bingshuang slowly stood up from the side of the stone table. She strolled gracefully as she prepared to leave this cave. If I am not wrong, Elder's body should still have some old injuries that have yet to be healed. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yan's voice was suddenly transmitted over. The expression on Lung Bingshuang's pretty face could not help but be slightly startled. Immediately, when Lung Bingshuang turned around, an ice-cold killing intent suddenly swept out from within her body. The temperature within the entire cave rapidly fell. Xiao Yan's face also subsequently turned pale. Chapter 496. Inside the cave, an ice-cold killing intent filled every corner of the cave like spring water. An unparalleled pressure enveloped the entire space. The coldness was so terrifying that it seemed as if even the empty space was about to be frozen. In front of the bed, Xiao Yan's body was frozen in place. The terrifying pressure caused his body to be unable to move at all. What did you just say? Lung Bingshuang's beautiful eyes were ice-cold. A pair of ice-blue eyes shot out a cold light, like a sword resting between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. As long as she willed it, the Xiao Yan in front of her would be instantly killed. Xiao Yan's expression became increasingly pale as he sensed the frightening pressure around him that nearly caused him to be unable to breathe. Waves of cold sweat continued to flow down from his forehead. Xiao Yan's throat rolled violently as he clenched his teeth tightly. The muscles on his face were tensed tightly at this moment. At the same time that he raised his head with great difficulty, his entire head also trembled repeatedly, resisting the frightening pressure that had landed on his body. Ike whoosh. A word had just been spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth, when a sharp rushing wind sound suddenly resounded within the interior of the cave. In the next moment, Xiao Yan felt a gust of cold wind in front of him. At the same time, an ice-cold palm had already fiercely grabbed Xiao Yan's neck. Immediately, Xiao Yan, who was already breathing heavily, felt completely suffocated at this moment. You were sent by them? Lung Bingshuang's beautiful face was close to Xiao Yan's face. The two of them were almost face to face. At such a close distance, Xiao Yan could even clearly feel the other party's breath on his face. But soon after, that warm aura was instantly crushed by the terrifying cold aura on Lung Bingshuang's body. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also felt an even more terrifying cold aura. Unknowingly, under the condensation of the cold aura, a thick layer of ice had already covered Xiao Yan's calves. Having his neck grabbed by Lung Bingshuang, Xiao Yan's face swiftly became flushed red. His entire face swelled up in a short moment. The white of his eyes, which were as white as snow, was also swiftly filled with a scarlet-red color. Humph! Seeing Xiao Yan's flushed face, Lung Bingshuang narrowed her beautiful eyes and snorted coldly. Only then did she take 2 steps back and withdraw her jade-like hand that had landed on Xiao Yan's neck. At the same time, sharp icicles rapidly condensed in the surrounding space. Xiao Yan's legs were already sealed in ice, greatly restricting his movements. If Xiao Yan dared to move again, Lung Bingshuang only needed to take his life in an instant. Speak. What did they send you here for? Cough, 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 cough. As Lung Bingshuang's words left her mouth, Xiao Yan hugged his throat with both hands and violently coughed. It was a good while later that he gradually began to catch his breath. Asterisk cough asterisk. Elder, this junior Xiao Yan doesn't know who the they that you are talking about are. Xiao Yan's mouth panted heavily as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Lung Bingshuang knit her eyebrows when she heard this. A killing intent immediately surged out of her pretty eyes. She raised her hand and flipped it. The numerous ice thorns in the surrounding empty space violently shot toward Xiao Yan's entire body in front of her. At the same time, Genesis Qi gathered in Lung Bingshuang's jade-like hand. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan and slammed her palm toward Xiao Yan's chest. Brat, you still dare to quibble. Today, I will make sure that you never return. Qi, however, at this critical moment, Xiao Yan abruptly circulated the heavenly fire in his body and instantly broke the ice that sealed his legs. At the same time, the 6 tents instantly condensed behind Xiao Yan. By the time Lung Bingshuang's palm arrived in front of Xiao Yan's figure had already disappeared into the tents behind him. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Lung Bingshuang's jade-like hand slammed into the space where Xiao Yan had been standing. Terrifying power immediately erupted, shattering the space in front of Lung Bingshuang in the blink of an eye. Even the majority of the furniture in the cave room was turned to dust by Lung Bingshuang's palm. Huh! This is the power of the great Tao. Brat, who the hell are you? Lung Bingshuang's delicate body abruptly turned around. The moment Xiao Yan appeared, her jade-like hand blasted out again, viciously slamming toward Xiao Yan. Seeing Lung Bingshuang once again attacking, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed drastically. Just by looking at the latter's stance, It was clear that she wanted to take his life. If he was careless and was struck by this woman's palm, the consequences would not be a joke. While he was overwhelmed with shock, Xiaoyan did not dare to be negligent. His hands rapidly formed a seal, and when Lung Bingshuang attacked for the second time, Xiaoyan took the opportunity to dodge again. Elder, this junior indeed has no other intentions in coming here, and every word that I said is true. As for the them that you spoke of, this junior indeed has no idea at all. All of this is just a misunderstanding. After dodging Lung Bingshuang's fatal blow 3 times in a row, the expression on Xiaoyan's face became more and more dignified. He knew that Lung Bingshuang did not use her full strength at all. Sure enough, this time, when Xiaoyan was about to cast the 6 Paths tent again, Lung Bingshuang finally made her move. Humph! The power of the great Tao, do you think only you have it? With a cold snort, Lung Bingshuang's ice blue eyes suddenly shot out a sharp cold light. At the same time, Lung Bingshuang raised her jade-like hand and quickly formed a seal. As she raised her beautiful eyes, a bright ice blue light shone in Lung Bingshuang's eyes like starlight. Frost's great Tao. Cold ice mirror. As the delicate voice that was filled with unparalleled chilliness fell, an extremely cold aura condensed rapidly in the void around Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, 6 Paths ice mirror condensed around Xiaoyan, surrounding Xiaoyan in the middle. The ice mirror was ice blue in color, and its shape was a huge rhombus. It looked like a slanted mirror. The smooth surface of the mirror reflected Xiaoyan's figure at the moment. At the same time, an extremely cold aura spread out from the 6 Paths ice mirror, completely sealing the space within the 6 Paths ice mirror. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's expression became even more dignified. With a thought, the power of the great Tao condensed rapidly in the space in front of him. The 4th of the 6 Paths tent condensed rapidly in front of Xiaoyan. However, the difference from before was that Xiaoyan's body was still within the sealed area of the 6 ice mirrors after he stepped out of the tent despite being sealed by the 6 ice mirrors. What? Seeing the ice mirror that appeared in front of him at this moment, Xiaoyan's expression froze, and he could not help but exclaim. However, at the same time, Lung Bingshuang's beautiful figure appeared behind Xiaoyan in an instant. Chapter 497. Fire Tender Fruit? You have such a thing? Within the cave, Lung Bingshuang's hand once again grabbed Xiaoyan's neck after hearing the words from Xiaoyan's mouth. She forcefully lifted the latter's body from the ground. It was a long while later before she narrowed her eyes and spoke in an icy tone. Earlier, it was because Xiaoyan had spat out the name of this medicinal ingredient at the crucial moment that Lung Bingshuang's fatal palm strike did not land. This fire tender fruit was also one of the key medicinal ingredients needed to refine the Bodhisattva returning pill. At the same time, it was also the main medicinal ingredient used to heal the injuries in Lung Bingshuang's body. Seeing that Xiaoyan did not react and his face swiftly turned red at this moment, Lung Bingshuang involuntarily snorted coldly. A killing intent flashed across her icy blue eyes. It was a long while later before she spoke in a cold voice. This king will let you off once. If you dare to do anything again, this king will immediately kill you. The dense cold tone caused the temperature in the air to become even colder. This kind of terrifyingly low temperature had already reached the point where an ordinary person would not be able to breathe. After Lung Bingshuang slowly withdrew her white hand that was grabbing Xiaoyan, the 6 ice mirrors immediately gathered toward Xiaoyan. They were like 6 ice walls that surrounded Xiaoyan in the middle. Xiaoyan, who had landed, could not help but pant intensely for a moment as he sensed the extremely cold temperature around him, which caused his pores to stand on end. It was a long while later before he gradually recovered. Faced with the pressure of an origin transformation expert, forget about Xiaoyan, it was likely that even a Dodi would find it difficult to endure. It was naturally not surprising that Xiaoyan would reveal such a miserable appearance at this moment. However, Lung Bingshuang's pretty face still carried an icy cold expression in response to this. After witnessing Xiaoyan's frightening agility, she would no longer treat this 6-star half-martial emperor in front of her as an ordinary half-martial emperor. At the same time, when Lung Bingshuang looked at Xiaoyan, the coldness in her eyes became even more intense. Unfortunately, compared to other quasi-emperors, Xiaoyan was truly too special, and it was to the point it was easy for others to doubt his true cultivation. After all, in the entire continent, Who had ever seen a 5-star half-martial emperor suppressing a 9-star half-martial emperor? The more mysterious Xiaoyan was, the more doubts Lung Bingshuang had toward Xiaoyan became. Tell me, why do you know all this? What is your relationship with them? Lung Bingshuang's dense, cold gaze was like a sharp sword as it shot toward Xiaoyan. Immediately, it caused the hairs all over the latter's body to stand. At the same time that his heart felt incomparably solemn, he also felt a deep doubt toward the them that Lung Bingshuang had mentioned. Just who were they to be able to make Lung Bingshuang, an origin transformation expert, care so much about them? However, Xiaoyan did not have the mind to think too much about this. This was because in the short period of time Xiaoyan was pondering, the expression on Lung Bingshuang's face became even colder. Her extremely cold gaze stared at Xiaoyan as if she wanted to devour him, causing him to return to his senses in an instant. The reason why Junior mentioned the Huaji is because I can see that Senior has an injury in your body. Moreover, this injury has been caused by the accumulation of cold qi over the years. Ordinary methods will probably be extremely difficult to remove. Apart from the Huaji, Junior truly cannot think of anything else that can heal this injury. Xiaoyan's expression was solemn. His eyes focused on Lung Bingshuang's beautiful face in front of him as he slowly spoke. In other words, you don't have the Huaji on you? Lung Bingshuang slowly raised her jade-like hand, and the 6 Dao ice mirrors became encircled by a circle of icy blue light. At the same time, the pressure that enveloped Xiaoyan gradually became more and more terrifying. Although Junior does not have the Huaji, I know of a kind of pill that can heal Senior's injuries. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. However, the expression on his face had become calm. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Lung Bingshuang could not help but frown slightly. The cold expression on her ice-cold face also receded slightly. Lung Bingshuang knew in her heart that Xiaoyan was an alchemist. His understanding of medicinal pills naturally far surpassed hers. Perhaps the Xiaoyan in front of her would really be able to take out some medicinal pill that could heal the injuries in her body. Seeing the expression on Lung Bingshuang's pretty face turn for the better, Xiaoyan could not help but let out a sigh of relief inside. He then continued. Bodhisattva returning pill, a rank 3 medicinal pill. Its medicinal effect is specially used to heal various kinds of injuries caused by cold air. This medicinal pill can be said to be extremely suitable for healing Senior's injuries. Hearing this, joy immediately flashed across Lung Bingshuang's pair of icy blue beautiful eyes when she heard this. She naturally had some understanding of the Bodhisattva returning pill that Xiaoyan had mentioned. Its medicinal effect was also similar to what Xiaoyan had said. It could heal the frostbite in her body. Although the joy in Lung Bingshuang's beautiful eyes disappeared in a flash, it was still caught by Xiaoyan, who was carefully observing the latter at this moment. Immediately, Xiaoyan's heart was filled with joy. It seemed that the pill formula that Elder Gu had given was really useful to Lung Bingshuang. Otherwise, she would not reveal such an expression. However, just as Xiaoyan was feeling happy in his heart, Lung Bingshuang's following words were like a thunderclap that exploded in Xiaoyan's ears. You have this medicinal pill on you? The words from Lung Bingshuang's mouth were softly transmitted over. Xiaoyan's body was also suddenly stunned at this moment. The expression on his face became slightly sluggish and his mouth was immediately speechless. Bodhisattva returning pill. That was a rank 3 medicinal pill. Currently, the highest ranked medicinal pill that Xiaoyan had come into contact with was only rank 2. How could he possibly have a rank 3 medicinal pill like the Bodhisattva returning pill on him? Seeing the change in expression on Xiaoyan's face, Lung Bingshuang's beautiful eyes immediately narrowed into a thin line. A dense killing intent also swiftly surfaced in her eyes that emitted a faint cold glint. You are really courting death by repeatedly making fun of this king. A lovely cry that was filled with ice-cold killing intent was emitted. Lung Bingshuang immediately raised her jade-like hand, and a palm violently smashed down toward Xiaoyan's face. Seeing that the woman in front of him actually used a killing move as soon as she made her move, an incomparably solemn expression instantly surged onto Xiaoyan's face. Helplessly, he could only hurriedly exclaim when Lung Bingshuang's palm was about to arrive. Although I don't have the Bodhisattva returning pill, I have the pill formula. I can help you refine it. Just as Lung Bingshuang's palm was about to arrive in front of Xiaoyan, and was less than an inch away from Xiaoyan's face. Xiaoyan immediately blurted out the words from his mouth. Lung Bingshuang's palm also abruptly stopped in front of Xiaoyan. An extremely cold wind ruthlessly blew past Xiaoyan's face. As soon as they met, Xiaoyan felt his entire face instantly become numb. Both of his eyes could not help but quickly close at this moment. You have the pill formula for the Bodhisattva returning pill? Lung Bingshuang's beautiful ice blue eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. Her cold voice was filled with indifference. At the same time, there was also a trace of suspicion. The Bodhisattva returning pill was a rank 3 medicinal pill. Even the Alchemist Association might not be able to take out a roll of it. However, this black-robed young man in front of her actually said that he had the pill formula of a rank 3 medicinal pill. This was really hard to believe. Huff, Xiaoyan exhaled a long breath. At the same time that Lung Bingshuang withdrew her palm, a wave of cold sweat could not help but swiftly surge out from his forehead. After which it dripped down, turning into an ice bead in the air and falling to the ground. Raising his gaze, Xiaoyan faced Lung Bingshuang in front of him and nodded. Immediately he raised his right hand, extended his index finger and tapped on his temple. His tone was solemn as he said, "Yes, it's right here. But so what if you have the pill formula? According to what I know, you are merely a rank 2 alchemist. How can you refine it with just you?" Lung Bingshuang's face hardened as she coldly said, "You can't do it now, but it doesn't mean that you can't do it in the future. But why should this king believe you?" "Because I also need the same thing Senior has here." Just as Lung Bingshuang's voice faded, Xiaoyan immediately opened his mouth and said. Hearing this, the expression on Lung Bingshuang's face could not help but pause slightly. After a few breaths, she slowly opened her mouth with a grave expression and said, "What do you want?" "I see spirit cold liquid." Chapter 498. Ha 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 ha, young miss, the crowd is so crowded right now. I'm afraid that you can't take it. It would be a pity if such a beautiful young miss were to be hurt by some blind person. How about I ask young miss to give me some face? This young master is willing to bring young miss to the misty cloud house over there. The space inside is big and the place is open. We can even sit down and have a good chat. What do you think? In the sky above the crowded crowd, a feminine man with a somewhat pale face was currently holding a fan in his hand. He had a smile on his face as he looked at Morong Qianqian, who was being pressured in the crowd. At the same time, one of his hands extended downwards as if he was waiting for the young girl's response. "No need. Someone will come and find me." Morong Qianqian's first impression of the feminine man in front of her was extremely bad. This kind of person was obviously a hedonistic young master from a small family. Other than not doing proper business all day long, he had done everything else. In Morong Qianqian's eyes, 4 words were enough to describe this kind of person. Disdain. Of course, while the young girl was thinking that the other party was a hedonistic young master, she had forgotten that she was also a little princess in her family that no one dared to offend. Heh, to be able to abandon such a pretty beauty by himself, I don't think that person is anything good. Hearing that, the feminine man laughed in ridicule. He waved the fan in his hand and said with a disdainful smile, "You don't have the qualifications to talk about him. Compared to him, you are nothing." Hearing the feminine man insulting Xiaoyan, a trace of anger immediately appeared on Morong Qianqian's pretty face as she immediately shouted in a stern voice. Seeing that, the feminine man's pitch-black eyes couldn't help but flash. A trace of anger quickly flashed across his face. Soon after, he recovered the smile on his face and lightly laughed. Under his skin, he endured the anger that almost wanted to devour people and said with a smile, "Haha, I'm too rude." Hee, this one is being rude. After all, young miss and I are still strangers. This one naturally has no reason to judge that person. However, this one would still like to invite young miss to accompany him. Oh right, this one is also very familiar with Sulan City. If young miss wants to go to a jewelry store or something else, this one is willing to accompany you. Scram. This time, Morong Qianqian's words were even more direct. When she spoke, it caused the expression on the feminine man's face to slightly freeze. Even the surrounding passers-by who had moved aside could not help but cast sympathetic gazes towards Morong Qianqian. This young master Zhao was the young master of the number 1 family in Sushi Wave City. Although his strength was nothing special, he relied on his family's influence and was accustomed to being arrogant and despotic in Sushi Wave City. When had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner? Moreover, it was a young girl with the strength of a mere 4-star half-martial emperor. Little girl, it's your fortune that this young master has taken a liking to you. How dare you speak to this young master like this? Today this young master must invite you back. The young girl's furious curses instantly caused Zhao Qi to be unable to continue his disguise. Immediately, he fiercely cursed at Murong Qianqian. Soon after, he waved his hand and the oppressive might of a 5-star half-martial emperor swept forth and descended upon Murong Qianqian. At this moment, not only Murong Qianqian, even the surrounding passers-by's expressions changed when they felt the terrifying oppressive might. Although Zhao Qi's character was not much, his strength was real. It must be said that the Zhao family was able to dominate Sushi Wave City for so many years because they had some foundation. After all, merely by relying on the strength of the younger generation of the Zhao family, they were already able to establish a solid foundation for the Zhao family in the future. Before Zhao Qi's oppressive might, Murong Qianqian, who only possessed the strength of a 4-star half-martial emperor, instantly turned pale. No matter what, no matter how sharp her tongue was, before absolute strength, it was still completely useless. Little girl in this Sushi Wave City, there is no woman who can refuse this young master. You are the first and also the last. Zhao Qi grabbed Murong Qianqian's pretty chin and said with a gloomy and fierce expression. Soon after, Zhao Qi withdrew his hand. At the same time, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he continued. Oh, that's right. There's also that person you said you were waiting for. Haha, don't worry. As long as he dares to appear, this young master guarantees that I will properly entertain him. Zhao Qi laughed sinisterly. Especially at the end of his words, the tone of his voice was especially heavy. Haha, however, after his words left his mouth, what he received in return was a cold laugh from Murong Qianqian. What are you laughing at? Zhao Qi frowned as anger rose in his heart. Haha, listen carefully. The pain you brought to this young lady earlier, in a moment, this young lady will return it 10-fold, 100-fold. Hearing those words, Zhao Qi's expression changed slightly. However, before he could say anything, Murong Qianqian immediately sneered. Furthermore, didn't you want to entertain him? Right now he's right behind you. This young lady wants to see how you're going to entertain him. Hearing the words from the young lady's mouth, the expression on Zhao Qi's feminine face instantly changed slightly. His figure suddenly turned on the spot. In the next moment, Zhao Qi's expression was suddenly startled. He saw a black-robed man standing behind him with his hands behind his back. The black-robed man remained unmoved when the two met face to face. However, Zhao Qi's expression suddenly changed. He could not help but cry out in alarm as he took a dozen steps back. Xiaoyan's appearance not only caused Zhao Qi to be shocked, but also caused him to feel fear. Even with his strength, he was unable to sense when Xiaoyan had appeared behind him. At this moment, Zhao Qi's already pale face became even paler. However, his heart was filled with endless anger and killing intent. He, Zhao Qi, had run amok in Sulan City. What kind of people had he not seen before? When had he ever been afraid of anyone? The appearance of the black-robed man in front of him today undoubtedly angered Zhao Qi even more. Brat die. Zhao Qi coldly snorted. The dou qi in his body crazily surged out. As his body moved, the dark green dou qi swiftly agglomerated between his hands. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Qi had already appeared beside Xiaoyan. His large hand clenched into a fist. The terrifying dou qi carried Zhao Qi's surging killing intent as it violently smashed toward Xiaoyan's head. However, Xiaoyan did not seem to notice this at all. He casually pulled Murong Qianqian from the ground below into the air. Immediately, he unhurriedly took half a step back. Qi! It was this seemingly slow action that allowed Xiaoyan to easily dodge Zhao Qi's punch. The fist wrapped in dou qi violently brushed past Xiaoyan's face. Xiaoyan's expression was calm, but at this moment, Zhao Qi's heart was filled with shock. He clearly saw that he could finish off this black-robed young man with a punch. Who would have thought that such a thing would actually happen? This was simply unbelievable. Damn it! Lucky brat die. Zhao Qi angrily cursed. He completely blamed Xiaoyan's dodge on luck. Immediately after, Zhao Qi once again waved his fist and violently smashed it toward Xiaoyan's face. Let's see how you dodge this time. The ferocious fist had already locked onto Xiaoyan's head. It was impossible for Xiaoyan to dodge this attack. An extremely cruel and callous smile appeared on Zhao Qi's face. Bang! However, in the next moment, the expression in Zhao Qi's eyes suddenly froze. He saw that the fist that he had violently smashed toward Xiaoyan's face was actually easily blocked by Xiaoyan's single hand. At this moment, everyone present instantly froze. Chapter 499. Within the cave, Morong Qianqian was at a loss of what to do after hearing Lung Bingshuang's words that were filled with sternness. The expression on her delicate and pretty face also became somewhat sluggish. Speak. What exactly is going on? Lung Bingshuang's gaze was stern as she stared at Morong Qianqian. Her tone was filled with anger. Being stared at by Lung Bingshuang like this, even Morong Qianqian could not help but feel some fear in her heart. Of course, it was more because she knew that she had stirred up trouble. Her pretty face revealed a timid expression as she bit her red lips. Her hands, which were hugging Xiaoyan's arm, unconsciously tightened. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted as her exquisite eyes slightly rotated. At this moment, the young girl looked quite lovely and moving. After a long while, Morong Qianqian finally lifted her beautiful eyes and looked at Lung Bingshuang. She muttered in a low voice, "They force me to cultivate every day. I felt annoyed, so I thought of coming to elder sister Bingshuang's place." "Then you shouldn't have not told your father about this before you left. Do you know that during these few months when you left home, your father and brother had turned the entire clan upside down?" Lung Bingshuang's angry rebuke caused Morong Qianqian's pretty face to turn deathly pale. Other than her own brother and father, Lung Bingshuang was the third person who dared to reprimand her like this. Even so, Morong Qianqian still restrained all of her temper in front of her. Now that she was once again reprimanded by Lung Bingshuang, a feeling of grievance involuntarily surged up in the young girl's heart. In the blink of an eye, moisture had already appeared in the young girl's eyes. Her pair of bright eyes had also turned red. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan could not help but lightly raise his eyebrows. Although he had the confidence to say a few words, this was after all someone else's family matter. As an outsider, it was somewhat inappropriate for him to butt in. Helplessly shaking his head, Xiaoyan could understand the meaning behind Lung Bingshuang's words. Back then, when he left the clan and ventured into the continent alone, his father, Xiaozhan, was also filled with worry for him. Back then, Xiaoyan was young and frivolous, so he naturally couldn't understand his father's special feelings. But now, Xiaoyan was also a father, so he naturally understood this deeply. "Your father has already sent a message. The person who will come to pick you up is waiting for you at Shihipu. Get ready to go back immediately." Seeing the young lady's weak appearance, Lung Bingshuang did not find it strange and snorted softly. She curled her lips and said in a low voice. Hearing this, the young girl's expression changed again. She did not expect that the person who was going to pick her up had already arrived at Shihipu. It seemed that her father and brother were really anxious. When she thought of her father's rage, the girl couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. She wasn't afraid of anything in the family, but she was only afraid of her father and brother. Now that they had sent people here to look for her, it wasn't hard to imagine what kind of emotions they were feeling. When she thought of her father's and brother's furious expressions, Morong Qianqian's heart couldn't help but shiver. Her thoughts turned rapidly in her mind, and a light flashed. Morong Qianqian once again lifted her gaze and looked at Lung Bingshuang. She pretended to be helpless and said, "Sister Bingshuang, I can go back, but you also know that Shihipu is at the border between Shilin region and Western Wilderness region. There are many strong practitioners there, and the journey from here to Shihipu is not short. I can't. Don't think of delaying the time. I know you want to stay with this brat." Before Morong Qianqian could finish her words, Lung Bingshuang interrupted her. Then, she turned her gaze and her long and beautiful eyes fell on Xiaoyan. Her ice blue eyes stared at Xiaoyan, and a cold light faintly appeared in the depths of her eyes. "I will hand this girl over to you now. If you can send her to Shihipu unscathed, then you can take as much of the icy spirit cold liquid as you want. On the other hand, if she is injured, Senior, you don't have to say any more. I understand. However, I still hope that I can use my own abilities to exchange for the icy spirit glacier fluid. and not use my friendship with Lady Morong. I'm very grateful for your trust in me. However, Lady Morong is my friend and I will protect her. Even if you don't ask me to do so, I will do my best to do so." Before Lung Bingshuang finished speaking, Xiaoyan immediately frowned and said. When Xiaoyan said this, Morong Qianqian, who was at the side, couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile on her face. Seeing the certain expression on Xiaoyan's face, Lung Bingshuang's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Her eyes, which contained a slight glow, looked deeply at Xiaoyan. Immediately, she did not say anything more. She nodded her head and said once again, "All right, since that's the case, you can rest for another day. Tomorrow morning, I will send you to the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range. As long as you pass through the outskirts of the mountain range, you will be able to reach the other end of the Shilin mountain range." Hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded his head with a calm face. On the other hand, Morong Qianqian's pretty face was filled with depression. She did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually agree to Lung Bingshuang to send her back. After giving a few instructions, Lung Bingshuang stood up and left the cave, leaving behind Xiaoyan and Morong Qianqian. After that, Morong Qianqian muttered a few words to Xiaoyan in her heart. Soon after, she walked out of the cave with a displeased face. In the blink of an eye, only Xiaoyan was left in the cave. But with regards to this, Xiaoyan immediately felt relaxed. Morong Qianqian's departure made him feel less pressured. At the same time, a fiery feeling gradually surged in Xiaoyan's heart towards the following journey. The Western Wastelands region. That was the place where the true experts of the Western region gathered. Only there could Xiaoyan's strength truly increase. The next day, in the biting cold wind, Xiaoyan and Morong Qianqian, under the protection of Lung Bingshuang, easily arrived at the edge of the Shilin mountain range. When they arrived here, the three of them slowly stopped in the air. "All right, I will escort you here. Next, as long as you head west, you will be able to safely pass through the Shilin mountain range. I will have to trouble you for the matters after that." It was unknown whether it was because of the transaction between the two of them, or because of the words Xiaoyan had said yesterday, but at this moment, when Lung Bingshuang spoke to Xiaoyan, her originally icy cold tone had actually become a little warmer. Even the expression on her stern face had become much warmer than before. After speaking, Lung Bingshuang gently waved her lily-white hand. Two rays of light immediately shot towards Xiaoyan and Morong Qianqian. Casually catching the ray of light, what appeared in Xiaoyan's palm was a jade tablet. It was Qi Hanyu. "This is for you. The next time you come here, there will be no need to go through so much trouble." Holding Qi Hanyu in his hand, Xiaoyan's face gradually revealed a solemn expression. Soon after, he did not say anything else. Cupping his hands together, he heavily cupped them towards Lung Bingshuang. Lung Bingshuang's action had undoubtedly already acknowledged him. At the very least, the suspicion in her heart towards Xiaoyan had already completely vanished. After Lung Bingshuang turned around and left, Xiaoyan finally slowly withdrew his gaze. By the side, Morong Qianqian's long shapely eyebrows were also slightly knitted. No one knew what she was thinking in her heart. Huff! Letting out a long breath, Xiaoyan raised his head to look at the vast expanse of white clouds above his head. A glint involuntarily flashed across the depths of his pitch-black eyes. Soon after, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Under Morong Qianqian's astonished gaze, Xiaoyan actually bent his legs and sat in the air. Chapter 500. Xiaoyan's figure was seated cross-legged in the empty space. Both of his eyes were tightly shut. The vast and mighty spiritual strength between his brows swiftly spread toward the entire sky at this moment. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and a brilliant, heavenly flame emitted a puff sound as it rose from the empty space in front of him. The frighteningly high temperature swiftly forced back the cold air around Xiaoyan. Soon after, the cold air that was forced back swiftly gathered. However, it was different from before. This time, Xiaoyan's face did not reveal the slightest bit of seriousness in the face of the surrounding cold air. Instead, he sneered in his heart. If it was in the past, this cold wind would really be a big trouble for Xiaoyan. However, at this moment, this cold wind was a treasure that he could use to earn money for Xiaoyan. The icy spirit cold liquid contained within this cold wind may not catch Xiaoyan's eye, but no matter how one put it, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Even though it had been diluted by an unknown number of times, this was indeed the icy spirit cold liquid. As long as Xiaoyan was able to take it out, there would definitely be someone who would be willing to pay the price to obtain it. At this moment, what Xiaoyan needed to do was to do his best to refine all the icy spirit cold liquid that was contained in this world. Huff huff huff. The whooshing sound of breaking wind resounded continuously in the world. In front of Xiaoyan, the heavenly flame immediately condensed into a huge flame whirlpool. As the heavenly flame spun rapidly, a terrifying suction force spread out from the flame whirlpool. In the world, gusts of cold wind were rapidly gathered by this suction force. After being refined by the heavenly flame whirlpool, they turned into droplets of mottled energy and floated in the void in front of Xiaoyan. On the other hand, when Morong Qianqian saw Xiaoyan's current state, her heart was filled with curiosity. However, in the end, she still curled her lips and looked around in the void with a bored expression. This condition of Xiaoyan's continued for a total of 10 days. A wild wind blew in the sky above the hinterland of Shilin, until Xiaoyan stopped. When Xiaoyan opened his eyes again, a palm-sized water ball had condensed in the void in front of him. The water ball was wrapped in strange fire as it quietly floated in front of Xiaoyan. Seeing this water ball, Xiaoyan's face immediately revealed a smile. The icy spirit frozen liquid wasn't pure, but it would still cause quite a stir if it was brought to the market. The icy spirit frost liquid was a frightening existence that could contend with a heavenly flame. Its value was naturally incomparable. Regardless of how poor the quality of the icy spirit frost liquid in Xiaoyan's hand was, as long as Xiaoyan was able to take it out, there would be a countless number of people swarming over. Not for other reasons, but because the reputation of the icy spirit frost liquid was enough to shock the entire continent. This is icy spirit frost liquid? Isn't the quality a little too poor? Walking forward, Morong Qianqian stared at the water ball in front of Xiaoyan with a trace of suspicion on her face. Haha, this icy spirit frost liquid is only diluted in this world. I don't care about the quality, but I care about the quantity. Only a icy spirit frost liquid of this quality can be taken out. If it was the purest icy spirit frost liquid, would you dare to auction it out? Xiaoyan faintly smiled and said, "Why wouldn't I dare? It's just a ball of water. If I sell it, I'll sell it." Hearing this, the corner of Morong Qianqian's mouth immediately rose. She lightly curled her lips and said without the slightest bit of weakness, "Haha, if you really dare to take it out, I'm afraid that countless experts will come knocking on your door before you even start auctioning it. At that time, even origin transformation experts will be as numerous as ants. How do you think you can take it out?" Hiss! The moment Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, Morong Qianqian could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The expression on her face was clearly overwhelmed with shock. If that was really the case, the value of this icy spirit frost liquid could be said to be terrifying. When that time came, he might even be able to meet Source Zone level powerhouses. To be able to attract countless experts to go crazy over it, and even Origin Zone experts would descend. One could imagine the value of this icy spirit frost liquid. Since this thing is so dangerous, you still dare to bring it along. If it is discovered by others, won't you be in danger? Other than feeling shocked in her heart, Morong Qianqian could not help but feel a wave of worry for Xiaoyan. Haha, that's why I refined this icy spirit frost liquid, which is not pure in energy. Although this thing is also quite valuable, it will only attract some half-emperors or Dodi experts. As for experts at a higher level, they will directly choose to ignore it. This point was just like cold frost. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth carried a smile. His eyes narrowed as he secretly thought in his heart. Alright, let's go. Since we have already finished gathering the things, there is no point in continuing to stay here. Let's hurry. Xiaoyan casually kept the palm-sized icy spirit frost liquid in front of him and casually smiled. His body flashed as he led the way in front. With the map that Luo Jin had given him back then, all the large cities within the Shilin region and close to the western desolated region would have special markings on the map. Therefore, Xiaoyan was not worried about the location of the so-called Sand River. Seeing Xiaoyan's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Morong Qianqian frowned and curled her lips. Her beautiful eyes turned around to look at the still misty clouds behind her as an indescribable feeling rose in her heart. Soon after, her body moved and she hurriedly followed Xiaoyan. After the two figures completely disappeared from this world, the ethereal empty space at the spot where Xiaoyan and Morong Qianqian had been standing earlier suddenly distorted. Immediately, a pretty and beautiful human figure appeared in the empty space. It was Lung Bingshuang. Seeing that Xiaoyan and Morong Qianqian had left, Lung Bingshuang's beautiful eyes turned slightly. Light flickered in her ice-blue eyes. After pondering for a while, she slightly nodded her head. Her pretty figure once again distorted and disappeared from this world. In the distance, Xiaoyan, who was flying forward, saw a row of snow-capped peaks appear in his line of sight. Soon after, he turned his gaze and stared at the depths of the clouds. Behind him, Morong Qianqian quickly followed. Seeing that Xiaoyan had turned around, her gloomy face could not help but reveal a smile. She giggled and said, "Why? Are you afraid that I will lose you? Then run slower. Your speed is so fast, how can I keep up? If you lose me at that time, Sister Bingshuang will find you to settle the score." Seeing this, Xiaoyan smiled. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the latter. He smiled and said, "All right, I have to hand it to you. With your speed, I don't know when we will reach the Sand River." Hearing this, the young girl immediately let out a crisp laughter that was like a silver bell. In this regard, Xiaoyan could only helplessly shake his head. His figure turned and continued to fly out of the Shilin mountain range. Chapter 501. The vastness of the Shilin mountain range did indeed live up to its reputation. Even with Xiaoyan's current strength, it still took him over a month's time to completely leave the Shilin mountain range with Morong Qianqian. This was also under the condition that there were no external disturbances. After leaving the Shilin mountain range, Xiaoyan brought Morong Qianqian along without stopping and rushed towards the direction of Shihipu. Along the way, perhaps it was due to the boredom of rushing, or perhaps it was because Morong Qianqian did not wish to return to the clan. She would always use various reasons to slow down Xiaoyan's speed. Morong Qianqian's actions caused the two of them to still wander near the Shilin mountain range, even though it had already been a week since they left the Shilin mountain range. Only on the 10th day did they finally arrive at a human-populated city. On the distant ground, a row of ancient city walls towered over the earth like a mountain range. The walls that were covered with scars recorded the vicissitudes of time. Even though its past glory was no longer present, anyone who saw this ancient city for the first time would feel a shock in their hearts. The vicissitudes of the ancient aura was like a huge dragon past its prime occupying the sky above the city, causing the magical beasts in the forest outside to be intimidated. The thick and heavy pitch-black city walls gave people a kind of spiritual shock. It was as if this city was not built by human hands, but had fallen from the sky and had been standing here since ancient times. Looking at this ancient city before him, Xiaoyan's face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. A city must be able to suppress an area in order to protect the country and home. At this moment, the city before Xiaoyan's eyes not only had a majestic aura, its foundation was also incomparably stable. Just by looking at the layer of bloody aura that covered the city walls, one could tell that this city had also experienced war in the past. To be able to survive so completely from the war, this was enough to show how extraordinary this city was. Let's go. Let's enter the city and rest for a day before continuing our journey. Walking out from the shade of the tree behind him, Xiaoyan's back faced Morong Qianqian as he said with a smile. Looking at the city before him, Xiaoyan, who had not seen a human for almost 2 years, felt a strange feeling in his heart, like a savage entering a city. Even when he looked at the surrounding pedestrians, he felt as if those people had been using strange gazes to stare at him. This involuntarily caused Xiaoyan's old face to redden. His gaze involuntarily swept over his body. After discovering that there was nothing strange, he finally bravely took a step forward and slowly walked towards the city. Hurry up. Aren't you usually quite fast when you do things? Why are you so slow now? Once the young lady's voice sounded, she hurriedly walked and ran as she swiftly rushed toward the city in front of her. However, she did not notice that the moment the words left her mouth, everyone around her threw strange gazes at Xiaoyan that appeared to be a smile that was not a smile. Noticing the strange gazes that the people around him shot over, Xiaoyan also felt a chill on his back. He immediately thought about the words that Morong Chantian had said earlier in his heart. The muscles on the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. Soon after, Xiaoyan curled his lips. He did not bother to pay attention to those people's gazes. His footsteps slightly changed. Immediately, he turned into a gust of wind. In a blink of an eye, he passed by everyone and rapidly chased after Morong Chantian. Seeing that the black-robed young man was actually able to erupt with such a frightening speed, the expressions of the surrounding people immediately changed drastically. Waves of cold sweat swiftly rolled down from their foreheads. As their throats rolled, they involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva, after which they bitterly smiled and hurriedly left on their own. At the same time, Xiaoyan and Morong Chantian had also arrived before the city gate. The crowded flow of people indicated that this city was bustling and lively. At this moment, through the perception of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, he discovered that there were close to 28-star half-martial emperors in this city. There were even close to 10 9-star half-martial emperors. Sensing those auras, Xiaoyan could not help but feel astonished in his heart. It must be said that compared to Emerald Green City, this place was much more bustling. At the very least, in terms of the number of experts, it was not something that Emerald Green City could easily compare with. Standing before the city gate, the people coming and going all looked at Xiaoyan with strange gazes. As for Morong Chantian, she had already entered the city. With Xiaoyan's spiritual strength following her, that girl would not be lost. Slowly raising his head, Xiaoyan looked to the top of the city gate. At that place, the name of this city was engraved with vigorous strokes. The hot sunlight that shot from behind him was like a cluster of flames as it shone on the dark black wall. The glaring light that was reflected caused Xiaoyan to be unable to bear to squint his eyes for a moment. It was a long while later before he was finally able to see the 3 words clearly. Susan City. Susan City. Xiaoyan muttered the name of this city in a low voice. Soon after, he lowered his head. His gaze casually swept across the surrounding crowd. His feet moved, and he slowly walked into the city. After entering the city, the crowded roads did not become spacious because of the sudden evacuation of the crowd. Instead, as more and more people gathered in the city, the already noisy city became even more bustling and congested. When Xiaoyan looked over, all he could see were pitch-black human heads. It was simply impossible for his line of sight to extend further. When Xiaoyan raised his head to look at the sky above him, he just so happened to see an old man with the strength of a 6-star half-martial emperor. After entering the city, the old man tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body lightly floated into the sky. As for the others, even though there were many 5-star half-martial emperors present, not a single one of them dared to step into the sky. There was no other reason than the first rule of this city. Those whose strength had not reached 6-star half-martial emperor or above were not allowed to step into the sky. Even though this rule would cause many people to be dissatisfied, this rule had already existed in Susan City. Since ancient times, no one had dared to violate it. Sensing this, Xiaoyan could not help but smile. Fortunately, he had already broken through to 6-star half-martial emperor when he was in the Shilin mountain range. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to bow his head in this crowded crowd. After lightly laughing in his heart, Xiaoyan tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. After that, Xiaoyan, who was squeezed into the crowd, also flew into the sky. This guy is clearly a 6-star half-martial emperor. Why was he still squeezing in here earlier? He's asking for it. When they saw Xiaoyan stepping into the sky, a wave of sneers immediately sounded from the surrounding crowd. However, immediately after, the gazes with which the crowd looked at Xiaoyan changed. When everyone saw Xiaoyan's handsome face, their faces were swiftly replaced with an expression of disbelief. It was unexpected that this black-robed man in front of them was not only a 6-star bandit, but from the looks of his face, he was actually so young. This guy, who is he? How could there be such a young 6-star half-martial emperor? He's a monster. Terrifying, terrifying. Heh, there were even people cursing him earlier. When they saw that Xiaoyan was actually so young, a wave of sneers immediately sounded from the crowd. As for Xiaoyan, he completely ignored them. The tip of his foot tapped the air, and his body rapidly flew toward a towering stone pillar. However, right at the next moment, right after Xiaoyan's body landed on top of that stone pillar, his expression changed. Immediately, a chilling ray of light shot out from his pitch-black eyes. Xiao Yan's spiritual perception told him that something had happened to Morong Qianqian. Chapter 502. Ha 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 ha, young miss. The crowd is so crowded right now. I'm afraid that you can't take it. It would be a pity if such a beautiful young miss were to be hurt by some blind person. How about this, young miss, give me some face? This young master is willing to bring young miss to the misty cloud house over there. The space inside is large and the place is open. We can even sit down and have a good chat. What do you think? In the sky above the crowded crowd, a feminine man with a somewhat pale face was currently holding a fan in his hand. He had a face full of smiles as he looked at Morong Qianqian, who was being pressured in the crowd. At the same time, one of his hands extended downwards as if he was waiting for the young girl's response. No need. Someone will come and find me. Morong Qianqian's first impression of the feminine man in front of her was extremely bad. This kind of person was obviously a hedonistic young master from a small family. Other than not doing proper business all day long, he had done everything else. In Morong Qianqian's eyes, this kind of person could be described with 4 words. Disdain. Of course, while the young girl was thinking that the other party was a hedonistic young master, she had forgotten that she was also a little princess in her family that no one dared to offend. Heh, to be able to abandon such a pretty beauty and go alone. I don't think that person is anything good. Hearing that, the feminine man laughed in ridicule. He waved the fan in his hand and said with a face full of disdain, "You don't have the qualifications to talk about him. Compared to him, you are nothing." Hearing the feminine man insulting Xiao Yan, a trace of anger immediately appeared on Morong Qianqian's pretty face as she immediately shouted in a stern voice. Seeing that, the feminine man's pitch-black eyes couldn't help but flash. A trace of anger quickly flashed across his face. Soon after, he recovered the smile on his face and lightly laughed. Under his skin, he endured the anger that almost wanted to devour people and said with a smile, "Haha, I'm too rude." Hee, this one is being rude. After all, young miss and I are still strangers. This one naturally has no reason to judge that person. However, this one would still like to invite young miss to accompany him. Oh right, this one is also very familiar with Sulan City. If young miss wants to go to a jewelry store or something else, this one is willing to accompany you. Scram. This time, Morong Qianqian's words were even more direct. When she spoke, it caused the expression on the feminine man's face to slightly freeze. Even the surrounding passers-by who had moved aside could not help but cast sympathetic gazes towards Morong Qianqian. This young master Zhao was the young master of the number 1 family in Sushi Wave City. Although his strength was nothing special, he relied on his family's influence, and was accustomed to being arrogant and despotic in Sushi Wave City. When had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner? Moreover, it was a young girl with the strength of a mere 4-star half-martial emperor. Of you? This young? The young girl's angry curses caused Zhao Qi to be unable to continue acting. Immediately, he fiercely cursed at Morong Qianqian. Soon after, he waved his hand. The aura of a 5-star half-martial emperor swept out and landed on Morong Qianqian's head. At this moment, not only Morong Qianqian, even the surrounding passers-by's expressions changed under the frightening pressure. Although Zhao Qi's character was not much, his strength was real. It must be said that the Zhao family was able to dominate Sulan City for so many years, because they had some foundation. After all, merely the strength of the younger generation of the Zhao family was enough to lay a solid foundation for the Zhao family in the future. Before Zhao Qi's oppressive might, Morong Qianqian, who only possessed the strength of a 4-star half-martial emperor, instantly turned pale. No matter what, regardless of how sharp her tongue was, it was completely useless before absolute strength. Humph! Little girl in this Sulan city, there is no woman who can refuse this young master. You are the first and also the last. Zhao Qi grabbed Morong Qianqian's pretty chin and said with a gloomy and fierce expression. Soon after, Zhao Qi withdrew his hand. At the same time, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he continued. Oh, that's right. There's also that person you said you were waiting for. Haha, don't worry. As long as he dares to appear, this young master guarantees that I will properly entertain him. Zhao Qi laughed sinisterly. Especially at the end of his words, his tone was especially serious. Haha, however, after his words left his mouth, what he received was a cold laugh from Morong Qianqian. What are you laughing at? Zhao Qi frowned as anger rose in his heart. Haha, listen carefully. The pain you gave this young lady earlier in a moment, this young lady will return it tenfold, 100-fold. Hearing those words, Zhao Qi's expression changed slightly. However, before he could say anything, Morong Qianqian immediately sneered. Furthermore, didn't you want to entertain him? Right now he's right behind you. This young lady wants to see how you're going to entertain him. Hearing the words coming from the young lady's mouth, the expression on Zhao Qi's feminine face instantly changed. His figure suddenly turned on the spot. In the next moment, Zhao Qi's expression suddenly changed. He saw a black-robed man standing behind him with his hands behind his back. When the two met, the black-robed man remained unmoved. However, Zhao Qi's expression suddenly changed. He could not help but cry out in alarm as he took a dozen steps back. Xiao Yan's appearance not only caused Zhao Qi to be shocked, but also caused him to feel fear. Even with his strength, he was unable to sense when Xiao Yan had appeared behind him. At this moment, Zhao Qi's already pale face became even paler. However, his heart was filled with endless anger and killing intent. He, Zhao Qi, had run amok in Sulan City. What kind of people had he not seen before? When had he ever been afraid of anyone? The appearance of the black-robed man in front of him today undoubtedly angered Zhao Qi even more. Brat die! Zhao Qi coldly snorted. The dou qi in his body crazily surged out. As his body moved, dark green dou qi swiftly gathered between his hands. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Qi had already appeared beside Xiao Yan. His large hand clenched into a fist. The frightening dou qi carried Zhao Qi's surging killing intent as it violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan did not seem to notice this at all. He casually pulled Morong Qianqian from the ground below into the air. Soon after, he unhurriedly took half a step back. Qi! It was this seemingly slow action that allowed Xiao Yan to easily dodge Zhao Qi's punch. The fist wrapped in dou qi violently brushed past Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan's expression was calm while Zhao Qi's heart was filled with shock. He clearly saw that he could finish off this black-robed young man with a punch. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? This was simply unbelievable. Damn it! Lucky brat die! Zhao Qi angrily cursed. He completely blamed Xiao Yan's dodging on luck. Soon after, Zhao Qi once again waved his fist and violently smashed it toward Xiao Yan's face. Let's see how you dodge this time. The ferocious fist had already locked onto Xiao Yan's head. It was impossible for Xiao Yan to dodge this attack. An extremely cruel and callous smile appeared on Zhao Qi's face. Bang! However, in the next moment, the expression in Zhao Qi's eyes suddenly froze. He saw that the fist that he had violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's face had actually been easily received by Xiao Yan. At this moment, everyone present instantly froze. Chapter 503. Stepping in the air, Xiao Yan pulled Morong Qianqian behind him with one hand. At the same time, his other hand appeared to be casually raised. The instant he opened his palm, he easily received Zhao Qi's incoming punch. Xiao Yan did not use any dou qi after receiving the punch. In fact, one could not even see the slightest bit of strained expression on his face. The dou qi that covered Zhao Qi's fist was like a lump of air. At the same time that Xiao Yan received Zhao Qi's fist, the dou qi on it was extinguished with a puff. The appearance of this scene caused the expressions of the crowd below, who were prepared to watch a good show, to immediately become dumbstruck. One by one, they cast gazes of disbelief and fear toward Xiao Yan. It was hard to imagine that a punch from a 5-star half-martial emperor like Zhao Qi would be so easily received by this black-robed man. Such a matter was simply unbelievable to the crowd. Exactly who is this guy? From his aura, I can see that he is only a 6-star half-martial emperor. How could he be so indifferent to a punch from a 5-star half-martial emperor? Could it be that this young man was hiding his true strength? To be able to block Zhao Qi's punch with one hand, it would appear that this black-robed man is no ordinary person. In an instant, all sorts of whispers were unceasingly being heard from the crowd below. Everyone's attention was focused on the black-robed man in the air. At the same time, Zhao Qi's heart was also filled with shock. No matter what, He had never imagined that his punch would be so easily neutralized by the black-robed man before him. This caused Zhao Qi to feel shocked in his heart. At the same time, a wave of fury rose in his heart even more crazily. Bastard! Scram for this young master! Zhao Qi's expression was ferocious. His mouth emitted a furious cry of dissatisfaction. At the same time that the killing intent in his eyes surged, his other hand abruptly clenched into a fist and once again violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's face. Humph! Xiao Yan's eyes immediately narrowed when he saw Zhao Qi once again throw a punch over. A killing intent swiftly flashed across his eyes. At the same time, a cold snort was emitted from his nose. Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding Zhao Qi's right hand, suddenly loosened when Zhao Qi's punch was once again about to arrive. He immediately turned his wrist and his palm circled around the back of Zhao Qi's right hand. With a forceful push, Zhao Qi's right hand blocked the front of Zhao Qi's left hand, which was about to strike, under the push of Xiao Yan's palm. At such a close distance, Zhao Qi did not even have the time to withdraw his hand. Moreover, with Xiao Yan's intentional control, he could not withdraw his right hand. Therefore, he could only watch as his powerful punch violently smashed into his right hand. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard in the void. At the same time, Zhao Qi's face turned pale in an instant, and the muscles on his face twitched violently. When the people below saw this scene, the muscles at the corner of their eyes could not help but twitch. Their faces showed a pained expression as if they were experiencing the same pain. The corners of their mouths twitched as they could not help but suck in cold air. At the same time, their hands under their sleeves could not help but rub against each other. Forcefully enduring the intense pain that was transmitted from his right hand, Zhao Qi's entire body trembled as he violently sucked in air. Immediately after, Zhao Qi's flushed face suddenly revealed a ferocious expression. He lifted his right leg and Do Qi gathered on it. A heavy whip kick violently bombarded Xiao Yan. Ha! Kid! Today you must die! With scarlet eyes and a ferocious roar, Zhao Qi's leg flew toward Xiao Yan's head. You overestimate yourself. Seeing this, Xiao Yan immediately let out a disdainful snort. At the same time, his right leg kicked forward and stomped on the calf of Zhao Qi's right leg that had just been lifted. Crack! Accompanied by an extremely clear cracking sound, Zhao Qi's face that had just turned ferocious instantly changed. At the moment when Xiao Yan's foot landed, he could only feel that his right leg appeared to have been violently smashed by a piece of extremely hard mysterious steel. That kind of frightening enormous strength easily destroyed the Do Qi that covered his leg. At the same time, it also broke the bones in his calf. At this moment, Zhao Qi could no longer endure the intense pain that came from his body. His flushed face instantly turned pale, and waves of cold sweat quickly gushed out from Zhao Qi's body. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Qi's brocade robe was completely soaked. Seeing Zhao Qi's appearance, Xiao Yan glanced at him coldly. Soon after, the hand that was tightly holding Zhao Qi's right hand suddenly loosened. The latter's body fell to the ground uncontrollably, and knelt on the ground with a weak aura. At this moment, Morong Qianqian's pretty face also revealed a cold smile as she slowly descended. Seeing this, the surrounding people hurriedly retreated far away, giving Morong Qianqian and Zhao Qi an empty space of more than 10 feet. Landing in front of Zhao Qi, the cold smile on Morong Qianqian's pretty face became even more pronounced. She coldly stared at Zhao Qi in front of her and sneered. This young lady has already said that the pain you gave me, this young lady will return it to you 10-fold, 100-fold. How is it? Do you believe me now? Zhao Qi's face was deathly pale, and his feminine face revealed a deep fear. Since he was young, he had been taken care of. In Sulan City, there had never been anyone who dared to provoke him. But now, the appearance of this young lady and the black-robed youth before him had completely broken this rule. Who exactly were they? You. Under the pain, although Zhao Qi wanted to struggle and say something, unfortunately, the intense pain that came from his body made it impossible for him to forcefully endure and speak. Seeing this, the corner of Morong Qianqian's mouth curled up. Soon after, she slowly raised her head, and coldly stared at Zhao Qi in front of her. The slender hand under her sleeve slowly raised. Under the sunlight, the pure white color of her hand was like a lotus root. This slap is for you scolding him. The cold voice slowly escaped from her mouth, and the young lady's raised hand was about to swing down. "Little girl, how dare you? In my Zhao clan's Sulan city, no one is allowed to touch a single hair of my Zhao clan." However, just as Morong Chantian's hand was about to land, an old, deep, and overbearing voice was suddenly transmitted from the sky. At the same time, an extremely frightening aura swept over the area where Xiao Yan and Morong Chantian were located in the blink of an eye. 9-star half-emperor huh? Xiao Yan softly muttered in his mouth. A glint instantly flashed deep within his eyes. With his arms crossed, Xiao Yan's gaze fell and looked towards Morong Chantian. At this moment, because of the appearance of that aura, the expression on the latter's pretty face slightly changed. Her long, shapely eyebrows slightly knitted as she looked toward Xiao Yan, and a trace of worry appeared in her beautiful eyes. At the same time, Zhao Qi, who was kneeling in front of Morong Chantian, suddenly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression on his pale face when he heard the old voice. Immediately, his ferocious and bloodthirsty eyes once again looked at Xiao Yan. His voice was hoarse as he roared, "Xiao Yan! Bastard! You're dead. Today, none of you will be able to escape. This young master will cripple your Do Qi. I will even play with your woman in front of you." Madness appeared in Zhao Qi's eyes, as if he could already see Xiao Yan's ending. Seeing this, Morong Chantian, who was in front of Zhao Qi, could not help but raise her eyebrows. Xiao Yan's eyes revealed a cold glint. "Hate!" Following Xiao Yan's words, the expression on Morong Chantian's pretty face instantly turned ice cold. Since Xiao Yan had already spoken, she believed that Xiao Yan definitely had his own confidence. Thus, under Zhao Qi's terrified gaze, Morong Chantian's raised spotlessly white jade-like hand ferociously slapped Zhao Qi's face with a burst of swift and fierce sound of wind being torn apart. Pa. Chapter 504. Little girl, you dare? At the same time as Morong Chantian's slap landed, that aged and deep tyrannical voice sounded once again. However, at the same time as that voice sounded, Morong Chantian's lily-white hand ruthlessly landed on Zhao Qi's face. "Bastard! You are simply courting death." Seeing that Morong Chantian was actually unmoved, a burst of anger immediately emerged in the heart of the owner of that voice. With a thought, the frightening aura of a half-martial emperor swept forth and ruthlessly pressed down on Morong Chantian, who was on the ground below. Facing this, Morong Chantian completely ignored it. She once again raised her lily-white hand that had just landed. Her ice-cold gaze stared at the alarmed Zhao Qi before her. Soon after, without any explanation, she once again ruthlessly slapped down. At the same time, a boundless oppressive aura appeared above Morong Chantian's head. It ruthlessly pressed down on Morong Chantian, who was on the ground below. Humph! However, in the next moment, a cold snort that sounded like thunder suddenly sounded from heaven and earth. At the same time, a frightening oppressive aura that was not the slightest bit inferior to that of the 9-star half-martial emperor's oppressive aura swept through this region. It easily blocked that 9-star half-martial emperor's oppressive aura. Pa! At the instant that half-martial emperor's oppressive aura was blocked, Morong Chantian's lily-white hand once again brought forth a sharp gale as it ruthlessly slapped onto Zhao Qi's face. "Who is it?" Sensing that his oppressive aura had been blocked by someone, the owner of that oppressive aura immediately let out a stern shout. At the same time, a ray of light flashed past the distant horizon. In the blink of an eye, an old man wearing a blue gown was standing in this region of heaven and earth. The old man's gaze was like a torch. In an instant, his gaze was focused on Xiao Yan, who was in the sky below. He clearly sensed that the oppressive aura that had blocked his oppressive aura was being emitted from the body of this black-gowned youth. When he saw Xiao Yan's handsome face, the old man's turbid eyes involuntarily shrunk. He was in disbelief. A grand half-martial emperor's oppressive aura, was actually blocked by a brat. "Brat? Who are you?" "The person who stopped you." As soon as the old man finished speaking, Xiao Yan replied in an indifferent tone. At the same time, his figure flickered on the spot. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of the old man. Xiao Yan's attack had undoubtedly once again shocked this old man. It was hard to imagine that such a young-looking brat would actually possess strength comparable to a 9-star half-martial emperor. Furthermore, just by looking at the speed displayed by the black-robed youth earlier, it was likely that even he would be unable to catch up to him. However, when the old man's gaze swept over Xiaoyan, he couldn't help but frown. Through his inspection, this black-gowned youth before him was clearly only a 6-star half-martial emperor. However, the aura that he had emitted earlier was actually capable of rivaling his own. Exactly what was going on? And at this moment, on the ground below, Murong Qianqian once again fiercely slapped Zhao Qi. Pa! A sharp and clear sound resonated through the sky. In the sky, the old man standing opposite of Xiaoyan also couldn't help but have a slight change in expression. If it was a normal situation, perhaps he would still be courteous with the black-gowned youth before him. However, this matter at hand was related to his young master. No matter what, he could not continue to be in a deadlock. Mister, where it is possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Today, that young lady has already slapped my young master in front of everyone in Sulan City. If anything happened earlier, let's just let it be. Otherwise, if we were to fight, you all will not be able to obtain a good ending. The old man's gaze was fixed on Xiaoyan. The dou qi within his body was quietly circulating as he spoke in a deep voice. Haha, if I were to tell her to stop now, would you really let us go? Hearing that, Xiaoyan sneered. With a wave of his hand, the enormous heavy Xian ruler immediately carried an extremely oppressive sound of breaking wind. In a flash, it landed in Xiaoyan's hand. Seeing this, the old man's wrinkled face couldn't help but have a slight change in expression. However, before he could say anything, Xiaoyan immediately said in a cold voice, "Since you want to fight, then there's no need for superfluous words. Just come." Right after he said those words, Xiaoyan's wrist shook. The enormous ruler violently shook. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan used the sky extinction steps and instantly arrived before the old man. He waved the enormous ruler in his hand and smashed it toward the old man. Seeing Xiaoyan's frightening speed, the old man's expression didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. His shriveled hand suddenly rotated, and a silver-colored long spear landed in the old man's hand. Holding the silver spear in his hand, the old man's face immediately became a little more vicious. The body of the spear shook and the long spear continuously rotated between the old man's hands. Soon after, when Xiaoyan's heavy ruler attack was about to arrive, the old man thrust the spear forward and ruthlessly struck the broad blade of the enormous ruler. Ding! The enormous ruler and the long spear separated upon contact. Feeling the frightening dou qi that was transmitted from the body of the spear, Xiaoyan's body shook. The dou qi within his body poured out and easily dissolved the dou qi that had invaded his body. He took 2 steps back, raised his gaze, and once again looked at the old man. At this moment, compared to Xiaoyan, in the instant when the old man and Xiaoyan collided, the frightening strength brought about by the heavy Xian ruler, and Xiaoyan's frightening dou qi that was not the slightest bit weaker than a 9-star half-martial emperor's, caused the old man to be at a complete disadvantage in their first collision. With merely a single strike, Xiaoyan had forced him back several feet. Although it wasn't a major injury, it was sufficient to cause the old man to become serious about Xiaoyan in his heart. Brat! Are you really not willing to stop? Seeing that his attack had no effect, the old man could only threaten Qufeng once again. You really have a lot of nonsense to say. Come. Let me see how much power a 9-star half-martial emperor possesses. With a sneer, Xiaoyan waved the enormous ruler in his hand again. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived before the old man. Seeing this, the old man could only helplessly clench his teeth. He waved the long spear in his hand and collided with Xiaoyan's attack once again. Ding ding ding. The sounds of intense collisions continued to resound in this region. However, even though the old man had already used all of his strength, he was still helpless against Xiaoyan. The young man before him, who appeared to only possess the strength of a 6-star half-martial emperor, gave this old man the greatest pressure he had ever felt in his entire life. This kind of pressure was something that he had never felt even when facing experts of the same level as him. Yet now he was being suppressed by a 6-star half-martial emperor to the point where he was powerless to fight back. Bastard! Zhao Ling! If you still don't do anything, young master will lose his life. Feeling helpless, the old man could only angrily roar at the city behind him. Immediately after the old man's words left his mouth, a frightening 9-star half-martial emperor's aura that was no weaker than his own instantly swept across the entire sky like a wave. Never would I have imagined that someone would actually dare to provoke my Zhao family. Furthermore, what astonishes me the most is that it's actually a young brat. Zhaoying, you've truly lost all of your face. Bastard. If you still don't do anything, not to mention this old man's face, even our lives will be in danger. Hearing what was said, the old man called Zhaoying immediately couldn't help but angrily roar. At the same time, Xiaoyan's gaze also landed on the 9-star half-martial emperor that had appeared beside Zhaoying. Another 9-star half-martial emperor, huh? Ha, coldly laughing in his heart, Xiaoyan was not worried at all. Chapter 505. Humph, leave this brat to me. Zhaoying, go and bring the young master back. Otherwise, if the family head gets angry, we won't be able to bear the consequences. In the sky, Zhaoling casually gave orders to Zhaoying. The latter's face gradually turned ashen when he heard Zhaoling's words. He coldly snorted and reprimanded Zhaoying. You remember the family head now? Then why didn't you act when I was blocked by this brat earlier? I originally thought that you would be able to easily deal with a mere 6-star half-martial emperor. Who knew that a 6-star half-martial emperor would actually make you so strenuous? Zhaoling coldly snorted. Soon after, his gaze landed on Xiaoyan. As for Zhaoying, he angrily glared at Zhaoling. After that, he looked at Morong Qianqian and Zhaoqi below. His body moved and he intended to charge towards Morong Qianqian. If you want to save them, I'm afraid that you'll have to pass through me first. Just as Zhaoying's body moved, Xiaoyan suddenly moved and blocked in front of Zhaoying. Seeing that, Zhaoying couldn't help but frown. His gaze quickly looked towards Zhaoling. Brat. From now on your opponent is me. If you want to stop him, you should first see if you have the ability to deal with me. After coldly laughing, Zhaoling suddenly let out a shout. At the same time, the douqi within his body suddenly exploded. As his body moved, he unrestrainedly clawed at Xiaoyan. A cold snort was emitted from Xiaoyan's nose when he saw this. His body shook and both of his hands were tightly clenched into fists. A thought passed through his heart and the dragon phoenix bloodline within his body was suddenly activated. At the same time, the King Kong glass body was unleashed. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had transformed into a giant King Kong god. The giant fist was waved. With the mixture of douqi, the giant diamond fist that was several times larger than Zhaoling's entire body emitted an ear-piercing sonic boom in the air. The sharp wind was like sharp blades as it fiercely blew towards Zhaoling's face. In the blink of an eye, Zhaoling and Xiaoyan's giant fist fiercely collided together. Boom! A violent explosion shook the horizon. At this very moment, everyone involuntarily turned their gazes towards Xiaoyan and Zhaoling. When everyone saw the scene in the field at this moment, they could not help but open their mouths wide, revealing a stunned expression. Zhaoling and Zhaoying were 9-star half-martial emperors from Sulan City's Zhao clan. There was practically no one present who didn't recognize them. However, even so, Zhaoling and the black-robed young man were actually unable to determine the victor in the battle at first glance. This brat. How did he do it? Naturally, many of the people present had seen through Xiaoyan's true strength. Immediately, a storm was set off in everyone's hearts. A 6-star half-martial emperor was actually not at a disadvantage in the slightest against a 9-star half-martial emperor. This sort of astonishing battle power could truly be said to be extremely frightening. What? Compared to the people outside of the field, Zhaoling, who was currently colliding with Xiaoyan's fists, was even more shocked in his heart. Compared to the others, only he knew even better how much power Xiaoyan had used at this moment. Although his attack seemed to have been blocked by Xiaoyan, up until now, the black-robed young man before him had yet to use his full strength. Octane collapse. Break. With a fierce shout in his heart, Xiaoyan's huge fist fiercely trembled. Immediately, an extremely frightening hidden energy suddenly swept out from the huge fist. In the blink of an eye, it destroyed Zhaoling's attack in one fell swoop. At the same time, it also sent Zhaoling flying. Poochie. The instant Zhaoling managed to stabilize his body with great difficulty, he involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. The hidden energy of the octane collapse caused him to not have the slightest bit of defense. However, he had just been sent flying by Xiaoyan's attack. In the blink of an eye, the hidden energy rapidly exploded within Zhaoling's body. causing him to suffer quite a bit of injury. Whoosh! With a mere punch, a 9-star half-martial emperor was sent flying while spitting out blood. This scene caused the crowd below to immediately burst into an uproar. This kind of battle accomplishment was truly unimaginable. Not only did a 6-star half-martial emperor possess a frightening battle strength comparable to a 9-star half-martial emperor, he was actually able to injure a 9-star half-martial emperor. On the other hand, the black-robed young man's aura actually did not change in the slightest. This also meant that in the collision earlier, the only one who had suffered a loss was Xiaoling alone. When they thought of this point, a stormy wave rose in the hearts of the crowd below. This kind of frightening battle accomplishment had already surpassed their imaginations. At this very moment, even the other 9-star half-martial emperors who were watching the battle involuntarily cast fearful gazes toward Xiaoyan. Only they were able to see some clues from the collision earlier. From the collision earlier, Xiaoyan had held the upper hand from start to finish. No matter if it was the strength of his fist or the intensity of his dou qi, Xiaoling was completely unable to compare with him. The golden giant before their eyes was truly too powerful. Exactly who is this boy? I've never heard of such a monstrous character appearing in the past 2 years. Could it be that he's a disciple from some power? The several 9-star half-martial emperors in the sky looked at each other in dismay. They could not help but reveal a trace of suspicion in their eyes. As for Xiaoyan, he did not stop in the slightest after sending Xiaoling flying with a punch. At the instant when Xiaoling was sent flying, Xiaoyan's enormous body, which was akin to a giant god, suddenly turned around. His feet ferociously stepped on the empty space. At the same time as the space crumbled, Xiaoyan's body shot explosively towards Murong Qianqian below like a cannonball. At the same time, Xiaoling had already arrived above Murong Qianqian. Her withered hand curled into a claw and grabbed towards Murong Qianqian's little head. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Ying's claw had already arrived above Murong Qianqian's head. She was only a few inches away from being able to control Murong Qianqian. However, at the very next moment, when Zhao Ying's claw had already touched the hair on Murong Qianqian's head, the space beside her suddenly twisted. Soon after, a golden giant god appeared beside Zhao Ying. At the same time, an enormous golden fist with extremely frightening dou qi ferociously smashed into Zhao Ying's chest. Scram! A furious shout was heard. The enormous golden fist with frightening dou qi and ferocious heavenly flames ferociously smashed into Zhao Ying's chest. A muffled sound akin to a balloon exploding was heard. At the very next moment, Zhao Ying's body was uncontrollably sent flying. Soon after, she ferociously smashed into Sulan City below. At this moment, the gazes of everyone present were filled with astonishment. 2 punches. From start to finish, the golden giant before them had only used 2 punches. Furthermore, every single punch had knocked back a 9-star half-martial emperor expert. This sort of battle accomplishment could truly be said to be shocking. Forcing back a 9-star half-martial emperor with a single punch. From what they knew, only a true Dou-Di would be able to accomplish such a thing. And now, this scene had actually happened to a 6-star half-martial emperor, whose strength was not comparable to a 9-star half-martial emperor. This truly caused them to feel astonished. Chapter 506. The golden light scattered and Xiaoyan's frail figure slowly descended to the ground. He stood beside Murong Qianqian with his hands behind his back. His eyelids were slightly raised as he coldly stared at Zhao Ying and Zhao Ling, who had once again flown into the sky. How is it? Do you still want to continue fighting? While she spoke, Murong Qianqian's jade-like hand once again swung down heavily. Following a clear sound, Zhao Qi, whose face was swollen, was finally unable to endure any longer. His head tilted to the side and he fainted. Seeing their young master fall, the expressions on the old faces of Zhao Ying and Zhao Ling, who were in the sky, involuntarily changed. Immediately, the two of them looked at each other and suddenly nodded. In the next instant, dou qi wildly poured out from their bodies and they charged toward Xiaoyan. Brat! You dare to insult our young master in such a manner today. You must die. As the two of them charged toward Xiaoyan, sinister words were also transmitted from their mouths. Immediately, the two of them let out a stern cry in unison as they waved the dou qi in their hands. Powerful dou skills swiftly gathered in their hands. The aura that descended from the sky caused the expressions of most of the people in the city to involuntarily change. Two 9-star half-martial emperors attacking together. The nature of this battle was completely different from earlier. Although Xiao Yan was able to force back either Zhao Ying or Zhao Ling with a single punch, that was after all a one-on-one fight. However, if the two of them were to attack together, an ordinary expert would not be a match for them at all. Even if Xiao Yan's battle strength was extraordinary, if he wanted to fight the two of them by himself, the strength he would need would likely be even greater than earlier. Humph, the two of you attacking together, trying to win with numbers, huh? Seeing the two of them charging toward him, Xiao Yan coldly laughed. If either of the two of them had the strength of an advanced 9-star half-martial emperor, he would really feel that it would be troublesome. However, if it was like now, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to finish them off. With a thought, a terrifyingly vast spiritual energy immediately swept out in all directions from between his eyebrows. Under the perception of Xiao Yan's spiritual energy, every single action in this world was slowed down by several times in his eyes, including the current Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying. Xiao Yan rotated his hands and the hands behind his back were immediately waved upwards. At the same time, the dou qi in his body swiftly gathered in his palms. As the Zhao Ling duo approached, Xiao Yan's palms violently smashed towards the two of them. Underworld palm. Ancient Emperor's seal. Following the stern cry that was emitted from Xiao Yan's heart, two handprints that were agglomerated from the brilliant, heavenly flame, were swung out from Xiao Yan's hands. The two palm prints expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, they had grown to 100 feet in size. Like two walls of fire, they fiercely bombarded Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying. Facing Xiao Yan's attack, Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying's expressions became even more ruthless. Zhao Ying waved his hand and the silver spear in his hand rapidly rotated in his palm like a windmill. Immediately, his palm tightly gripped the silver spear. With a shake of the spear, he violently smashed it towards the incoming underworld palm. Wild dragon breaks the sky. With a stern shout, Zhao Ying's expression was ferocious. The dou qi in his body wildly poured out. Above Zhao Ying's head, the dou qi quickly condensed into a giant dragon. The moment the giant dragon was formed, it let out a deafening beast roar. With a shake of its body, it directly faced Xiao Yan's underworld palm. On the other side, Zhao Ling's arm suddenly shook. The dou qi in his body quickly climbed up his right arm. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a pair of giant beast claws on Zhao Ling's arms. Tearing windbreak. Zhao Ling coldly shouted. The pair of giant beast claws suddenly waved and violently charged towards the ancient emperor's seal. Boom. In the next instant, Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying respectively collided with the two palms with frightening might. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky. Everyone present felt a buzzing sound in their ears. One by one, they involuntarily moved back. Some of the weaker ones even turned pale and vomited blood from the corner of their mouths. The auras of their bodies rapidly weakened. In the sky, the few 9-star half-martial emperors also involuntarily frowned. After a slight hesitation, they also rapidly moved back a distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. On the other side, the expressions of Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying, which were originally filled with a sinister killing intent, involuntarily changed once again. They did not expect that the mortal rank dou skills that the two of them had used were actually unable to shatter the enormous palm in front of them with a single strike. It was difficult to imagine how frightening the strength of the person who had used it was. Ha! Break for me. The two of them glanced at each other. Immediately after, they fiercely nodded. The two of them began to revolve the dou qi in their bodies. Their bodies suddenly trembled and the power contained within the silver spear and the beast's claws crazily increased. Bang! A short moment later, under the furious cries of the two of them, the yellow spring palm and ancient god seal that Xiao Yan had used were finally defeated by Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying amidst a sound that was like glass shattering. The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed slightly after his dou skills were broken. Zhao Ying and Zhao Ying smiled at each other. Their faces revealed a mocking expression. It was as though being able to defeat Xiao Yan was something that they should be extremely happy about. Ha! Brat die! With a ferocious smile, the two of them once again leaped forward and swiftly charged toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had suffered a hidden loss in one strike. This seemed to be indicating to them that Xiaoyan would be completely defeated under their feet. This caused the hearts of Xiaoying and Xiaoying to be extremely heated at this moment. However, they did not notice that even though Xiaoyan had suffered a small loss earlier, he had not used his full strength from the beginning until the end. Moreover, the Yellow Spring Palm and Ancient God Seal earlier were merely Tian Class Do skills. Compared to a Man Class Do skill, being able to endure until that moment was already considered not easy. At this moment, the two of them were actually still able to form this kind of victorious feeling in their hearts. This was really something that caused one to involuntarily laugh. Humph! Xiaoyan let out a cold laugh. His somewhat pale face finally revealed a solemn expression. The expression on his face, which had continued to joke, was gradually withdrawn. Both of his eyes narrowed and a glint flickered within them as a cold glint circulated. When facing his enemies, Xiaoyan would never be merciful and lenient, much less this kind of people who use their strength to bully others. He would not give them any leeway to refute. Since he was able to settle this matter now, there was naturally no need for him to continue dragging things out. Humph, let's end this quickly. Clan tattoo appear. Xiaoyan softly muttered in his heart. With a thought, the mysterious symbol that represented the Xiao clan's emblem appeared between his brows. Following the appearance of the clan tattoo, Xiaoyan's aura instantly became even more frightening. At this moment, even the few 9-star half-martial emperors in the sky involuntarily stirred up a great wave in their gazes when they looked at Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiaoyan's aura had already reached the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm in an instant. Moreover, his aura was still rapidly rising. It seemed as if he was about to reach the late stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm. This scene caused the few 9-star half-martial emperors to feel endlessly shocked. This brat, could it be that he really used a secret technique? But, exactly what sort of secret technique is it? It's actually able to increase his strength by so much. This brat is no ordinary person. After living for so many years, this was the first time that they had seen such a secret technique. It was actually able to forcibly increase a half-martial emperor's strength by nearly 1 star in the blink of an eye. This sort of thing could truly be said to be shocking. Haha, since you all have already attacked earlier, it should be my turn now. Right at the moment when the crowd was shocked, Xiaoyan's domineering voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 507. Just as Xiaoyan finished speaking, the sky extinction steps beneath his feet was instantly executed. A cool breeze blew past and Xiaoyan's body, which was originally standing on the ground, instantly disappeared. At the same time, the expressions of Xiaoling and Xiaoying, who were in midair, immediately changed. They cried out in their hearts as their gazes rapidly scanned the surrounding space. As the sky extinction steps was executed, Xiaoyan's aura had completely blended into the area in the blink of an eye. Xiaoling and Xiaoying were simply unable to detect him. Once Xiaoyan suddenly attacked, they would fall into a passive state. Haha, no need to be nervous. To deal with you, I don't need to launch a surprise attack. I just need to deal with you head-on. Just as the gazes of the two people were looking around, the empty space in front of the two of them suddenly became distorted. Immediately, a black-robed Xiaoyan appeared in front of Xiaoling and the other person. After appearing, Xiaoyan stared at Xiaoling and Xiaoying with a cold smile. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying and no one dared to underestimate him. Brat, you are too arrogant. Previously, the two of us were careless and fell into your trap. Now that the two of us have joined forces, you are simply no match for us. Even though this was the case, at this moment, Xiaoling and the other man still did not place Xiaoyan in their hearts. They had completely blamed their earlier defeat on a moment of carelessness. As his words sounded out, Xiaoling's body suddenly shook. His claws, which were filled with a formidable aura, viciously waved as a sharp wind sound appeared in the space in front of him. At the same time, Xiaoying, who was beside him, once again waved the silver spear in his hand. The two of them looked at each other and immediately leaped forward, swiftly charging toward Xiaoyan. Brat, die! With a stern shout, Xiaoying took the lead. The silver spear in his hand was filled with an incomparably formidable and overbearing aura. Like a cunning poisonous snake, it twisted its body and viciously pierced toward Xiaoyan. In the face of Xiaoying's overbearing attack, Xiaoyan's expression turned cold. With a wave of his large hand, a magnificent heavenly flame instantly surged out. Like a storm, it viciously welcomed the incoming Xiaoying. Boom! In just an instant, the surging heavenly flame and the tricky silver spear fiercely collided. The moment the two collided, a ferocious energy storm swept across the entire sky. Everyone could not help but fly backwards again. At the same time, their expressions instantly turned grave. At this moment, in the center of the energy storm, Zhao Ying's heart was once again overwhelmed with shock. But then, a ferocious killing intent suddenly flashed in the depths of his eyes. After a short collision, the energy storm quickly dispersed, and everyone's vision became clear once again. Xiao Yan's figure stood in the sky. Zhao Ying's attack was easily neutralized by his heavenly flame. After taking care of Zhao Ying, there was not the slightest bit of pressure on Xiao Yan's face. It was as if he was not facing a 9-star half-martial emperor at all. As for Zhao Ying, under the terrifyingly high temperature of the heavenly flame, the body of the silver spear that was made from a special metal had become boiling hot. It was simply something that one could not touch. Helpless, Zhao Ying could only choose to retreat. However, at the same time that Zhao Ying retreated, the killing intent in his eyes became increasingly clear. Die. However, in the next instant, when Zhao Ying was forced back by Xiao Yan, Zhao Ling's figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan like a ghost. The instant Zhao Ling appeared, his two enormous claws formed by Do Qi were already raised high above his head. Soon after, under the attentive gazes of everyone in this world, he ruthlessly chopped down at Xiao Yan's head. The sudden appearance of this scene caused everyone to be involuntarily stunned. When they regained their senses, Zhao Ling's enormous claws had already descended upon Xiao Yan's head. In the next instant, blood splattered 3 feet away. At this very moment, everyone's hearts seemed to have already seen Xiao Yan's ending. Everyone withdrew their gazes. Some young ladies even felt a wave of pity in their hearts. On the other hand, although Morong Qianqian's pretty face carried a tinge of worry, in her heart, there was more trust in Xiao Yan's strength. She knew that Xiao Yan was definitely not the kind of person who would wantonly show off. Since he dared to face Zhao Ling and Morong Qianqian head-on, he definitely had his own confidence. As expected, in the next instant, when Zhao Ling's claws ruthlessly chopped down on Xiao Yan's body and pierced through Xiao Yan's body, what was emitted was only a sharp sound of breaking wind, and the space that was violently torn apart by Do Qi. As for the imagined scene of blood splattering, there was not the slightest bit of it. Afterimage. At this moment, the expression on Zhao Ling's face was instantly lifeless. His entire mind was blank at this moment. It was really hard for him to imagine how Xiao Yan, who was clearly a dead soul under his claws, was able to dodge his sudden attack. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of the surrounding people who saw this scene instantly became extremely interesting. How is this possible? This fellow, he actually dodged it. How did he do it? This child is definitely not an ordinary person. When the scene in the sky appeared in front of everyone's eyes, instantly, a wave of discussions that were filled with astonishment reverberated across the sky like muffled thunder. On the ground, Morong Qianqian could not help but let out a long sigh of relief at this moment. Even though she already had an answer in her heart, when she saw that Xiao Yan was fine, the young lady's heart could not help but feel a little excited. Your speed is too slow. With this kind of speed, do you really think that you can hit someone? In the sky, when Zhao Ling regained his senses, Xiao Yan's ice-cold voice was transmitted into Zhao Ling's ears. When he heard those ice-cold words that seemed to be right beside his ear, the expression on Zhao Ling's face instantly changed. His pair of sharp claws, as if it was a conditioned reflex, fiercely swung towards the empty space on his right. Clang! A violent collision sound was transmitted. As sparks flew, a terrifying power also suddenly exploded at this moment. The empty space around the two of them also trembled violently. A formless spatial ripple then slowly spread out. The instant Zhao Ling turned his head to look, the expression in his eyes could not help but be stunned once again. He saw that the pair of sharp claws that he was so proud of was actually grabbed by the black-robed man in front of him with his bare hands. What? Seeing this scene, Zhao Ling's heart was suddenly shocked. The expression on his face was even more aghast. His body twisted, and a whip kick was ruthlessly sent towards Xiao Yan's head. Qi, following a violent wind-breaking sound. Xiaoyan tilted his head slightly and easily dodged the attack. At the same time, the hands that were grabbing onto the latter's claws suddenly exerted force, and a fist fiercely smashed into the latter's palm. With a bang, Zhao Ling's body was suddenly sent flying by this sudden huge force. Attack together. We definitely cannot give him any chance to breathe. Feeling the terror of Xiaoyan, Zhao Ling did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in his heart. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Ying, and the two of them nodded their heads in unison. Soon after, their bodies moved, and they violently charged towards Xiaoyan. Ha! Zhao Ying's silver spear flicked, directly piercing towards Xiaoyan's throat. Zhao Ling's pair of claws viciously waved, directly aiming for Xiaoyan's head. Bang bang bang. Even though the attacks of the two were not weak, Xiaoyan's face remained indifferent. With a raise of his hand, he blocked the killing moves of the two people one by one. At the same time, the heavenly flames scattered, causing Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying to suffer quite a bit. Bang! Another intense collision occurred. Xiaoyan's fist viciously smashed onto the silver spear. Immediately, the terrifying huge force caused the perfectly straight spear body to swiftly become abnormally bent. Only when Zhao Ling on the other side once again waved his pair of claws and charged towards Xiaoyan did Xiaoyan coldly snort. The right arm that he had swung out shook violently, and a huge force poured out. Immediately, Zhao Ying could not help but rapidly retreat a few steps. Immediately after, Zhao Ling arrived in front of Xiaoyan. His pair of claws swiftly danced, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of douqi pillars viciously chopped towards Xiaoyan like steel blades. Wherever they passed, even the air was forcefully torn apart. At the same time, Zhao Ling also took advantage of the situation. His sharp claws raised high, and viciously chopped down towards Xiaoyan's head. Ancient Emperor Seal. Break. His palm blasted out, and in the blink of an eye, those douqi pillars were all blocked. At the same time, when Zhao Ling took advantage of the situation, his fists abruptly clenched. With a thought, the Vajra glass body was instantly unleashed. At the same time that the sharp claws were about to descend, Tung Qingshan grasped them in his palm. Ah! Grabbing the sharp claws that covered Zhao Ling's hands, Xiaoyan's big hand fiercely clenched. Immediately, the sharp claws in his palm were forcibly crushed with a kacha sound. Immediately after, Xiaoyan opened and closed his hands, and another fist blasted out, sending Zhao Ling's body flying once again. The instant Xiaoyan turned around, he suddenly waved his fist. At the same time, he opened his mouth and unleashed the divine wrath of the netherworld. Zhao Ying, who was attacking from behind, suddenly stiffened in the air. At the same time, Xiaoyan's fist unrestrainedly landed on Zhao Ying's body. In the blink of an eye, the two 9-star half-martial emperors were both defeated by Xiaoyan. Between the heavens and the earth, everyone was shocked by Xiaoyan's thunderous methods. Who would have thought that the 9-star half-martial emperors, who were truly at the peak level in the entire western region, would actually be so weak in front of this black-cloaked youth? This was simply inconceivable. However, after sending the two flying, Xiaoyan did not stop. Now that the battle had been decided, what he wanted to do was to completely end this battle. He was prepared to end this battle. Great Heaven Creation Palm. Suddenly, Xiaoyan shouted in his heart. In the sky, like a giant god, Xiaoyan's big hand fiercely blasted the space in front of him. Immediately, a circle of pitch-black light that contained waves of fire spread across the heavens and the earth, with Xiaoyan as the center. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Zhao Ling's and Zhao Ying's bodies that were retreating. Immediately, the Great Heaven Creation Palm's unique devouring power was emitted. Zhao Ling's and Zhao Ying's bodies were swallowed by the Great Heaven Creation Palm. Under the pitch-black light, a wave of painful screams was immediately heard. In the sky, the faces of the people who saw this scene could not help but slightly change. Even if they only took a glance at the devouring power within the light circle, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. There was naturally no need to say more about the power of this Do skill. However, just as everyone thought that Zhao Ling's and Zhao Ying's were about to die under Xiaoyan's Great Heaven Creation Palm, a faint old voice was suddenly transmitted from the heavens and the earth. The moment this voice was transmitted, everyone's faces instantly changed. Even the current Xiaoyan's face involuntarily revealed a deep solemnness. This young friend, where it is possible to let people off, one should be lenient. You have already taken advantage of them today, and they have also received your punishment. On account of this old me, let's forget about this matter." Hearing these words, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Murong Qianqian, who was on the ground below, also shot her gaze toward Xiaoyan at this moment. The gazes of the two made contact for an instant. Immediately, Xiaoyan violently nodded his head. A thought passed through his heart, and he withdrew the great heaven creation palm. At the same time, he quietly muttered in his heart, "It is unexpected that we are actually able to meet a Do D-class expert in this small Sulan city. The strength of the 4 great clans is likely even more unimaginable." Chapter 508. When the old man's voice reverberated across the sky, everyone present felt a shock in their hearts. This was especially the case for the few 9-star half-emperors. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock. They had never expected that the matter between the few half-emperors would actually alarm this old man. From the looks of it, this should be the ancestor of the Zhao clan. TSK, it is unexpected that even he has been alarmed. Old Zhaoqi is very protective of Zhaoqi. Usually, that brat is arrogant and despotic. Half of his confidence should come from his grandfather, a 2-star Do D-class expert. The few 9-star half-emperors in the sky were whispering to each other as they discussed the current situation. Their words were filled with fear for that so-called old Zhaoqi. Strange, Zhaoqi has already fainted because of this fellow. Logically speaking, old Zhaoqi should have already shown himself. Why is it that he is being so courteous with this brat today? While the few of them were discussing, they involuntarily felt some suspicion toward this unusual action of the old man. 1 year ago, the ancestor of the Zhao clan had already touched the barrier of a 3-star Do D. It is likely that he is about to break through now. However, he just so happens to encounter such a matter. Naturally, he is unable to show himself. Otherwise, given that old man's character, this brat would have already been cut into 8 pieces. Moreover, the clan head of the Zhao clan has coincidentally left the Zhao clan because of some matters. Currently, the Zhao clan is without a leader. Even the 2 strongest 9-star half-emperors have been defeated by this brat. The current Zhao clan is naturally unable to do anything to him. Thus, the attitude of the ancestor of the Zhao clan has naturally lowered. Hearing these words, the remaining 9-star half-emperors immediately understood in their hearts. At the same time, they involuntarily revealed shocked expressions. No wonder the ancestor of the Zhao clan doted on his grandson so much. His grandson had yet to show himself. It was because his strength was about to break through again. At the same time, on the other side, Xiaoyan in the sky had also withdrawn his aura. The great heaven creation palm that he had unleashed slowly disappeared. Zhao Ling and Zhao Qi, who had been swallowed by the dark black energy light circle, once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes amidst a series of miserable cries. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. His sharp eyes slowly swept across the sky. The expression within his pair of dark black eyes swiftly became solemn. He could clearly sense that ever since the old man's voice was emitted, this entire place had been covered by an imposing pressure. Although that pressure did not completely appear, it still caused Xiaoyan's heart to feel a deep chill. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan finally raised his eyes. He cupped his hands together and cupped them toward the sky above his head. His tone was solemn as he spoke. Since Senior has stepped forward, Junior should give Senior some face. Today's matter will end here. Facing a Do D, even the arrogant Xiaoyan had no choice but to withdraw his temperament. After all, an expert of that level was not someone that the current Xiaoyan could deal with. If he was not careful, once the other party attacked him, Xiaoyan would not even have the strength to refute. Sensing that Xiaoyan had withdrawn his attack, the ancestor of the Zhao clan also unconsciously withdrew his imposing pressure. Just like what the 9-star half-martial emperor had said earlier, the current him was at the critical moment of his breakthrough. It was already very dangerous for him to act rashly. If he continued to maintain this state, it would not be beneficial to him. Haha, as the saying goes, no discord, no concord. The old me believes that today's matter is only a misunderstanding. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, the old me would like to invite the 2 of you to my Zhao clan as guests. Of course, the first reason is that the 2 of you are strangers, and it is likely that this is the first time that you have come to my Sulan city. My Zhao clan would like to act as a host. The second reason is that my clan members have spoiled you and angered you. My Zhao clan also hopes to apologize to the two of you. If the two of you do not mind, you can stay in my Zhao clan for a few more days. My Zhao clan will definitely treat you with respect. After hearing this, Morong Qianqian no longer cared about the unconscious Zhao Qi. She twisted her lovely body and arrived beside Xiaoyan. Her beautiful eyes glanced at the latter as she smiled and said, "How is it? Do you want to go and have a seat? I see that this old man seems to have the intention of admitting his mistake. You can go and eat something delicious." "Ehe. Ah, you see? What do you have to see? Have you seen that old man? Humph, if we really go, wouldn't we be delivering ourselves to them to be beaten? It would be like catching a turtle in a jar. It would be difficult for us to escape even if we wanted to. The other party is an elite Dodi. There might be a reason why he did not attack. However, once he attacks, we will not be able to escape even if we want to." Ugh, Xiaoyan merely laughed coldly at the young lady's words. His gaze solemnly swept across the sky. A vast and mighty frightening spiritual strength suddenly swept out from between his brows and carefully investigated the empty space that he was standing in. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan once again withdrew his gaze. He glanced at Morong Qianqian by the side and immediately spoke to the empty space above his head in a solemn voice. "We appreciate elders' kind intentions. However, we still need to hurry on with our journey and it is inconvenient for us to disturb you. The two of us will bid farewell here." Xiaoyan cupped his hands toward the empty space above his head. He then pulled Morong Qianqian by the side and turned around to leave. Now that the situation had developed in such a manner, Sulan City no longer possessed any safety for Xiaoyan. This was especially the case now when he still needed to protect Morong Qianqian by his side. This caused him to be even more cautious in everything he did. Faced with this elite Dodi who had yet to appear, it was better to leave and save himself some trouble instead of continuing to stay. However, just as Xiaoyan was leading Morong Qianqian and turning around, the old man's voice was once again transmitted from the sky. This time around, everyone's gazes instantly stared at Xiaoyan after the old man's voice sounded. "Cuckoo, why is there a need for you to leave in such a hurry? 2 years ago, you did not even show the slightest fear when you fought against the leaders of the 4 sections. Why is it that today, an old man like me actually caused you, Xiaoyan, to take the initiative to give way?" As the old man's voice sounded, everyone's gazes instantly became aghast. Numerous gazes were like spotlights as they landed on Xiaoyan's body. Those gazes contained surprise, doubt, shock and greed. Xiaoyan. This name, which had already been submerged in everyone's memories with the passing of time, was gradually remembered by everyone present following the old man's words. Even some of those who originally could not recall it were swiftly reminded by the people beside them and swiftly recalled this name that had shaken the entire western region 2 years ago. Xiaoyan. He is Xiaoyan. The Xiaoyan who was jointly chased by the 4 large sects 2 years ago. He is actually still alive. Wasn't he captured by the 4 large sects? Bullshit. Those who were captured were only Xiaoyan's impersonators. I'm afraid this is the real Xiaoyan. In the sky, those 9-star half-martial emperors also stared at Xiaoyan with complicated gazes at this moment. Although they were very tempted by the promise made by the 4 large sects back then, they had also seen the frightening battle strength that the current Xiaoyan possessed. That kind of strength was something that even they would find difficult to shake. At this moment, the crowd on the ground below had already become eager to give it a try. Those 9-star half-martial emperors were able to guard their hearts in the face of such an enormous temptation, but they were unable to. To them, who were not strong enough, emperor-grade medicinal pellets were extremely attractive. Furthermore, there were also other martial skills and dose skills. These gave them even more reason to refuse. The promise made by the 4 large sects immediately caused the hearts of these ordinary experts to become fiery hot. Who would have thought that after 2 years, Xiaoyan would actually appear again? Everyone attack together. As long as we can capture him, the bounty from the 4 large sects will all be ours. On the ground, a black mass of human heads were shouting excitedly. One by one, they took out their respective weapons. Numerous Do-Chi light pillars rapidly soared into the sky. Gorgeous rays of light shone between heaven and earth. As they fused with each other, they condensed into a powerful oppressive aura that pressed down on Xiaoyan, who was in the sky. Seeing this, Xiaoyan could not help but frown. He did not expect that old man to be able to recognize him. It would appear that the Zhao family's old ancestor wanted to borrow the hands of these people to eliminate him. Humph, how is it? Little girl, do you still think that old man is a good person? His expression was not the slightest bit moved. Xiaoyan's gaze turned to Morong Qianqian and asked with a light smile. Hearing this, the young girl's long and shapely eyebrows were tightly knitted together. After fiercely cursing the Zhao family's old ancestor in her heart, she lightly curled her little mouth. Her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd below and frowned as she asked Xiaoyan. Then what do we do now? If they all attack together, it will be troublesome. Lightly shaking his head, Xiaoyan smiled and turned his gaze to the few 9-star half-emperors in the sky. From his point of view, only these few people could stop him. As long as they did not attack, no one in Sulan City would be able to stop him today. Of course, the Zhao family's old ancestor was an exception. Seeing the gaze that Xiaoyan shot over, the few of them gave Xiaoyan a good-natured smile. One of them also replied to Xiaoyan. Haha, we have also admired Sir Xiaoyan for a long time. However, we do not care about the bounty from the 4 large sections. Therefore, Sir Xiaoyan, please do as you wish. There is no need to care about us. Once these words were spoken, Xiaoyan immediately felt as if he had eaten a calming pill in his heart. He cupped his hands towards the few people in the sky, and then turned his gaze to the densely packed group of half-emperors on the ground below. With an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas, a terrifying pressure rapidly rose in front of Xiaoyan. Like an enormous demonic beast, it fiercely pressed down on Xiaoyan. Humph! With an ice-cold expression, Xiaoyan coldly snorted. His eyes narrowed, and a cold light flickered in the depths of his eyes. His body lightly trembled, and then he suddenly took a step forward. Immediately, a vast and terrifying aura swept out from Xiaoyan's body. The instant the two terrifying auras collided, the world became silent. Soon after, Xiaoyan's nose suddenly emitted a cold snort that shook the world. In the next instant, the aura pressure that was condensed by the combined strength of everyone in the city was instantly destroyed by Xiaoyan. The unstoppable power instantly forced everyone in the city below to retreat. At the same time that the aura pressure was crushed by Xiaoyan, everyone's faces instantly turned deathly pale. Humph! If you're not afraid of death, then come. Chapter 509. The stern cry caused the expressions of everyone in the area to change. No one expected that the aura, which was agglomerated from the combined effort of everyone in the city, would actually be completely suppressed by Xiaoyan alone. This kind of result was really unimaginable. At this moment, even the few 9-star half-martial emperors in the sky felt deep shock in their hearts. With his own strength, he was able to suppress an entire city's oppressive might. This ordinary-looking black-gowned youth before them had truly brought them too much shock. Who would have thought that a 6-star half-martial emperor would actually be able to defeat a 9-star half-martial emperor? Furthermore, he had suppressed an entire city's worth of people by himself. Yet today, this sort of thing that no one would believe had actually happened before their very eyes. How could their hearts continue to remain calm? After Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, the aura that had just been ignited in the city below also rapidly dissipated at the same time as Xiaoyan's words left his mouth. Faced with Xiaoyan, who was even more frightening than a 9-star half-martial emperor, these people could only avoid him. At the same time, the Zhao clan's ancestor, who was filled with anger, also calmed down. Xiaoyan's strength came as a great surprise to him. He had originally thought that as long as he revealed Xiaoyan's identity, there would naturally be countless people charging at Xiaoyan. In that case, his Zhao clan would be able to kill Xiaoyan without expending a single soldier. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the strength that Xiaoyan possessed. Before Xiaoyan's oppressive might, those people simply did not even have the courage to charge at him, much less kill him. Xiaoyan's ice-cold gaze slowly swept over the group of people below. Soon after, he retrieved his gaze and once again raised his head to look at the few 9-star half-martial emperors in the sky. He lightly smiled at them and clasped his hands together. Seeing this, the few 9-star half-martial emperors did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. They also clasped their hands together toward Xiaoyan. After that, Xiaoyan pulled Morong Qianqian, who was beside him, and with a movement of his body, he flew out of Sulan City. Right when Xiaoyan and Morong Qianqian were about to leave Sulan City, the Zhao clan's ancestor's voice once again resounded in the sky. Xiaoyan, this old man will remember today's matter. When this old man exits his seclusion, he will definitely meet you personally. Anytime. Xiaoyan coldly snorted without turning his head after the somewhat hoarse old voice sounded. Immediately, he pulled Morong Qianqian with one hand and moved his body. The sky extinction step was unleashed. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Only when Xiaoyan and Morong Qianqian's auras completely disappeared from this world did everyone in the city gradually regain their senses. As they recalled everything that had happened earlier, everyone felt that it was unreal in their hearts. However, Xiaoyan's appearance allowed them to gradually understand that not long from now, a great commotion would once again arise in the western region. And this main character was the person who had appeared in Sulan City for the first time after 2 years, Xiaoyan. With Xiaoyan's appearance, the entire western region would be in an uproar because of him. The 4 great sects would no longer be able to return to their peaceful state. The search from 2 years ago would once again take place 2 years later. And now, Xiaoyan's strength was even stronger than 2 years ago. Even a 9-star half-martial emperor was no longer worthy of his attention. It was likely that only a genuine Dodi could deal with him. In the blink of an eye, half a month had already passed since Xiaoyan and Morong Qianqian had left Sulan City. During this half a month, Xiaoyan had brought Morong Qianqian along as they traveled west through the stars and under the moon. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xiaoyan and Morong Qianqian had both changed into black cloaks. With their auras restrained, the journey could be considered safe. Even though they had met a few groups of people who had come to find trouble with Xiaoyan, they were all swiftly dealt with by Xiaoyan with thunderous methods. Along the way, Morong Qianqian did not speak much. She seemed to be worried that she would bring trouble to Xiaoyan. Therefore, she had also hurried along with Xiaoyan without stopping. At the same time, a trace of disappointment gradually surged into the young lady's heart. After half a month of flying, Xiaoyan and Morong Qianqian were only less than a week's time away from Shahi. When she thought that she would be separated from Xiaoyan in a week's time, Morong Qianqian's heart could not help but feel like a little girl. However, when she thought of Xiaoyan's situation, the young lady had no choice but to hurriedly travel with all her might. The reason why Xiaoyan was hurrying with all his might was not only to avoid those people who wanted to kill him. More importantly, it was to ensure Morong Qianqian's safety. Since this was the case, how could she not care about Xiaoyan? In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan and Morong Qianqian had once again appeared in front of a city. Yen City, hee. I heard that there are quite a number of good things in Yen City's auction this time around. Quite a number of factions and aristocratic families have sent people over. There are even quite a few elite Dodi. Haha, that's right. It is said that even the Alchemist Alliance has sent people over this time around. It seems that it is because a Xinyan flower has appeared in the auction. Heh, that thing is the best among the fire-type medicinal ingredients. I didn't expect that its owner would actually take it out to auction. Hearing the words that were emitted from the mouths of the people around him, Xiaoyan's originally calm face under the dark black doping suddenly revealed a surprised expression at this moment. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. His gaze turned toward Morong Qianqian by his side and said seriously, "You should try your best to be a little more humble when you enter the city this time around. From what I can sense, there is no lack of Do-D-class experts here." Hearing this, the young lady under the cloak gently nodded her head. However, she immediately seemed to have suddenly reacted. She hurriedly looked at Xiaoyan and said, "There are Dodi here? Then we should not enter. If you are discovered, it will be dangerous." Haha, relax. As long as we are careful, there won't be any major problems. Even if we are discovered and can't defeat them, we can just run away. Moreover, there are still some things that I need here. When he finished speaking, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly emitted a glint. A joy involuntarily flashed across the depths of his eyes. Originally, he had thought that it would be difficult to find such a thing. However, Xiaoyan's luck seemed to be quite good. He did not expect that he would be able to find it after leaving the Shilin mountain range for only a month. Since this was the case, how could Xiaoyan easily let it go? After all, if he missed it this time around, he did not know when he would be able to find it again. Xinyan flower. The Xinyan flower was an essential medicinal ingredient to refine the ice spirit pill. Its importance in refining the ice spirit pill was not inferior to the ice spirit cold liquid. The last time Xiaoyan was in the Flame Lion's cave, he had obtained the Xinyan crystal. That thing was the product of the energy of the Xinyan flower. Originally, Xiaoyan thought that he would also be able to obtain the Xinyan flower. However, in the end, he did not manage to see it. This matter had always been kept in Xiaoyan's heart. Now that he had actually encountered it, Xiaoyan would naturally not easily let himself miss it. As this thought flashed across his heart, Xiaoyan immediately smiled slightly. Immediately, he led Morong Qianqian beside him, and the two of them moved together, slowly walking towards Yen City in front of them. Under the unsurprised gazes of the city guards, Xiaoyan and Morong Qianqian slowly walked. At the same time, a vast and mighty spiritual strength quietly spread out from between their brows, probing the various experts in the city.